that if people want to see him get angry, which he calls performance art, they need to pay him $200. This never happened, and instead, he just kept getting outraged for free. He went on Facebook complaining to a group called Assigned Male Comics, a place for trans women. There, he sought allies to rally against the forum, asking people to join as co-plaintiffs in a lawsuit. He got so desperate, he just started tagging random people, none of whom seemed that interested. As this was happening though, a brand new bit of info was leaked about the degenerate-in-chief. One of the AMB users claimed to have picture proof of Tommy admitting to assault on dogs via
Stream elements
handling, although
welcome
he couldn't
to
be
my
present
channel.
at the time. Outraged, Tommy jumped on the opportunity to call the guy a
Welcome to
loser,
my
all
channel.
while admitting that the thing he was accused of was 100% true, saying that it was okay because he was deriving no pleasure from it and that the female dogs always asked for it. He also claims this is very standard among dog owners. It's hard to communicate the sheer level of activity here. All this happened in a matter of days, and by May 13th, the once barren thread on the farms was up to 16 pages, one of the fastest growths in the website's history. The whole time, Tommy thrashed and gnawed his teeth, convinced that he was being treated unfairly, and demanding his once friend Chimp Burgers to get everyone in line, finding him responsible for all the mistreatment he was facing. He was taking it so seriously, he was even calling him a liaison to the trolls. Meanwhile, the AMB crowd just kept budging in, exposing him for every misdeed he had ever admitted to, sharing a pretty gruesome story from 2015. At the time, Tommy was apparently planning an opening party for the Lincoln birthday sale. He'd apparently been sharing his house with two homeless people, both of whom were drug addicts. One of them, a woman, overdosed on an antipsychotic in his front yard. She died on the scene. This didn't really bother Tommy too much though. He was still going ahead with his party plans. When questioned on why he even took these people in, he just said, "So it goes," followed by saying any day is a good day to die. Obviously, people took issue with his callousness, to which he replied he'd celebrate the day the detractors died. So, you know, kind of proving them right. He continued by saying he would probably get a medal if he could ever convince some of them to end their lives. Eventually, the topic was brought back to Sabrina, which he really wanted to close out with some kind of win. So, he returned to AMB and reached out to the ringleader with one last statement, where he concluded that what he did was perfectly okay because she had invited him to do stuff, and because she had already been intimate with others for the prior 2 years. Spoiler alert, this is not the last time we're going to revisit this story. Still, more incriminating stuff kept on coming out. When his arrest record was eventually revealed, including the charge of terroristic threats, Tommy felt the need to clarify it was because he had gotten into some kind of scuffle with the Mexican mafia, after which he was sent to prison for a few weeks before it got dismissed. In the same post, he advertised his gemstone business. The whole time, he continued double posting on AMB, still trying to come off as the good guy in all of this. It became so desperate, even the AMB people were just telling him to stop feeding the trolls, a piece of advice that he refuses to heed to this day. Things stayed relatively the same, as Tommy tried once again to threaten litigation, this time against the whole website for reposting his stuff without a license agreement, insisting that someone was required to contact him via a phone call. It was then that the fellow users informed him about a man named Vordrak, another eccentric individual who had attempted to sue the website and get it shut down, which had been unsuccessful. For now, though, things just continued to drag on. He kept talking smack, trying to threaten lawsuits and get one over on the forum crowd, and just continually making himself look worse and worse. He even filed a police report with the local police, and a policeman actually came down to talk with him. According to the report, Tommy claimed that Kiwi farmers were part of a Christian extremist group that was trying to game end all of the gay people, claiming he was reporting them because they were committing a crime under Title 18, Section 249, or the hate crime law, which penalizes the use of violence against offenders, targeting people over race, religion, sexual orientation, etc. It does not include saying mean things to PDF files. The policeman dismissed Tommy due to a lack of evidence. Getting no help from the cops, Tommy turned to the one person who hated the farms as much as he did, Vordrak. He sent him an email begging for help in the crusade. Vordrak, being a delusional cretin himself worthy of a video, actually gave Tommy a chance, which he'd later regret severely. Tommy kept releasing videos on YouTube, which he always linked on the forum, which just got mocked even harder. On May 20th, when the thread was up to 55 pages, Tommy was struck by a tragedy when his computer seemingly experienced a DDoS attack, or so he thought since he had to reboot his PC. In reality, all he really did was reset some basic hardware settings, and it had nothing to do with defending against a DDoS attack, but of course he also threatened to sue people for this. When whining about this on AMB, the people gave him a far more likely explanation that the computer had simply overheated. But Tommy, of course, being a computer genius, rejected the idea completely, claiming that the cooling on his machine was extremely effective, only to realize it may have been clogged with cigarette ash. He eventually cleans the vent out of all of the ash and dirt. In the same post, he also admits he had recently swept all of his trash into a pile where it's been growing as time went on. He later justifies this messiness by saying it's because he's just too stressed to clean or do anything productive due to all of the internet drama. While Tommy was having a moment, Chimp Burgers decided to do some catfishing. He emailed him claiming to be Frederick Brennan, a major 8channer. He was able to convince him that he had pertinent information about the owner of Kiwi Farms, and even convince him that one of Tom's foremost trolls, Yawning Sneasel, was some completely random person who had nothing to do with Sneasel. It didn't stop there. The same day, it was revealed some user writing mean tweets had received a court injunction against Tommy for harassment. As far as I can tell, this didn't go anywhere. Finally, on May 30th, he got the first right idea he'd had since the beginning of this entire drama, denying trolls their troll slot. He deleted all of his videos, save for one, and then released a new video to explain himself.
Well, hey, howdy, everybody. Y'all may have noticed that I deleted all my videos. This is because I got a new anime club, and I really don't want to be these little frat boys, bunch of millennial brats, wallowing in mediocrity, hunting down internet video bloggers that are kind of wacky. They like the really, really wacky ones. I mean, I get pretty wacky, but I'm sorry, guys, I'm just not gonna burn my house down or any other happy horse shit, and I'm sure not playing into it.
Through the video, he's very clearly high off his rocker, and it's hard to tell what he's actually trying to say half the time. It doesn't help that he's literally smoking some vitamin green on camera, which is a pretty common sight in his videos. He affirms his intention to proceed with the lawsuit, explaining that if this attempt doesn't work out, he'll go to federal court. He then goes on to describe his experience with taking hormones, giving it a glowing review, and claiming it had made him far more stable. I guess that could be true by his own unique standards. Ever since this video, Tommy continued irregularly uploading on YouTube. The videos are pretty much the same in terms of quality and the kinds of topics he'll discuss, ranging from trans-related issues to just completely random vlogs. This sometimes includes topics so radioactive that most people wouldn't approach them with a hazmat suit. Case in point, on June 12, 2016, an Afghan immigrant named Omar Mateen killed 49 people and wounded 53 more. The shooting made national news, but Tommy isn't one to stay away from tragedies. He starts the video by playing a funeral hymn on a saxophone and giving a minute of silence. He then talks a little bit about his own history. He explains the story of being exposed to DES in utero and how after he was born, he had to undergo surgery to descend his gonads. It's mostly the same story we've already covered. He then talks about his history with the LGBT community, admitting that he doesn't really identify with it.
But I want to talk about, like, gender nonconformance in, you know, the LGBT world. I think LGBT just is not cutting it for me at all. I like book bag. What kind of queer are you? I'm intersex queer. I'm heterosexual and monogamous. I'm also a monotheist and faithful to the Hebrew faith. I was born into, you know, I'm a Cohen. And we're born into the Melchizedek order. We have, like, a responsibility to the doctrine of love. Our people have been, like, suffering and dying for the doctrine of love for thousands of years.
After a long time rambling about himself, he finally talks about the tragedy from the video title. He ties it to a larger trend of transgender people being targeted by violence, pointing to other examples of such violence being carried out. He again talks a lot about himself and his own experiences before critiquing the political lens through which the tragedy was perceived. He especially took issue with it being compared to other tragedies, perceiving that some people were trying to lessen the degree of violence by pointing to other examples of people being killed by a single person, including the Wounded Knee Massacre from December 1890, where 300 people of the Lakota tribe were killed by U.S. soldiers. He rambles on, but it's not really worth getting into. With how little he had to say about it, you'd think that was the end. But no, because just a few days later, he released a follow-up where he counters the idea that Omar was a terrorist. Tommy explains that what most likely happened with Omar is that he was a closeted homosexual, and that the only way he could resolve these feelings of repression was by doing what he did.
Because that's what's important. Everybody's an individual, everybody's different, and everybody has their boundaries and their breaking point. I mean, look at poor Omar Ladine. I mean, you can't even demonize the guy because his anger was all, you know, this was just a totally dysfunctional personality that snapped. There was nothing political about it.
Throughout the video, he's shockingly sympathetic to Omar's perspective on things, arguing the real problem is homophobia present within all Abrahamic religions, meaning Christianity, Judaism, and Islam.
And we all have to be kind to each other. And then on a broader scale, it's like, fuck a bunch of race, fuck a bunch of class. We're all people. Everybody needs to be loved for what they are, for how they define themselves. You can't be defining other people for them. This is what leads to, like, the sexual repression that exploded in the Pulse the other day. This was like not a terrorist attack. This was a person who was encultured. His whole life path set him on that. His family, the neighborhood, built that sexual repression in him until it exploded into 49 dead bodies and 53 injured ones.
The video gets fairly political, with him arguing that there should be more stringent gun control and things of that sort. But really, just like the last one, it quickly devolves into rambles that aren't really relevant to the discussion anyway. This plays out for all of his videos. In many of them, he ends up circling back to what's happening on the forum at any given time. The funny thing is that he gives the impression that he's way less mentally invested in it than he actually is. Some of the videos are dedicated to nothing but putting down Kiwi Farms, but notably, he seems a lot more mellowed out compared to the persona he shows off there, where he was still regularly threatening people with lawsuits and even violence, depending on how he felt that day. Despite appearing at least somewhat coherent on video, the persona he showed on the farms kept getting increasingly unhinged. In a Google group, he casually admitted to watching not safe for work content he believed to be of groomed trans teens, some of which he believes to be as young as 15 years old, although he has no proof. He says this as if he's revealing a horrifying truth about the industry, when all he's really done is highlighting his own obsession with that kind of stuff. At the time, he was still very active on Facebook, which has since either been deleted or banned, and while there, he was extremely comfortable sharing some very weird things about himself. In one post, he talked about what he was going to eat for dinner that day, choosing between chicken breast marinated in green curry sauce or spaghetti with clam sauce, which he had pulled out of a trash can. While he insisted it was fine because it was sealed and within the due date, it didn't stop people from rightfully mocking him. Tommy then made it even worse for himself by responding to it, claiming the idea he was going through trash to pick up scraps was insulting. As it turns out, the clam sauce wasn't the only garbage item. The chicken breast came from a 10-piece frozen vacuum-sealed bag that had been thrown in the trash, but he didn't end up having either for dinner, instead opting for yogurt, which he also got from the trash. With how terribly things have gone for him every step of the way, it came as a surprise when, out of nowhere, Tommy found true love. Enter Cole P. Stone, a trans male who identifies as a hacktivist and a member of Anonymous. None of that is true as far as I can tell, and it's not even the beginning of their lies. In truth, their biggest claim to fame was making very edgy posts on Facebook. And when I say edgy, I mean the kind of stuff that 12-year-olds think makes them look cool. Cole also claimed to be a veteran, having supposedly done 2 tours in Afghanistan and retiring sometime in 2015. This claim proved to be very dubious. Back in 2012, Cole claimed to have worked for the DoD, outright claiming to never have worked with any branch of the military. They were doing this around the same time they were claiming to be a vet. The claim they had been on 2 tours was also contradicted, as in an earlier post, they claimed to have only gone on 1 tour, and that due to an injury, they'd be unable to go again. Also, the injury wasn't even caused while in Afghanistan, but outside of it. As we'd find out, Cole is quite the charmer. Sometime in June, Tommy and Cole met on Facebook, and they quickly fell in love. In Tommy's own words, Cole was his knight in shining armor, someone who would defend his honor and protect him from the trolls. Except Cole was supposedly married to a wife at the time based on posts from only around a month prior. That relationship seemed rocky, implying that Cole was intending to jump ship. Well, intending is the wrong word. He did jump ship. On June 22nd, the two officiated their relationship on Facebook. This was noticed by the forum, as people soon made a thread all about Cole. Sadly for the two of them, this relationship was doomed to fail. Just one day later, Tommy broke it off, claiming Cole had lied to him about a bunch of things, including the fact their beautiful blue eyes had actually been photoshopped from brown. I guess the whole having a wife thing wasn't such a big deal in comparison. He also clarified that the bridge wasn't entirely burned and that he would leave the door open for Cole to redeem himself. This never happened, and the relationship was never rekindled, although Cole continued to be a person of interest for the next couple of months. As for Tommy, he wasn't done. Despite spending every waking hour on his own thread, it turned out he still had time to be an absolute creep. In August of 2016, an individual made a post on Tumblr called "My Ticket Out of Here." In it, they recalled meeting someone on the Rainbow Trans Sisters Facebook. After reaching out, they were able to verify it was a genuine person, and with that, they were going to be leaving for Arizona for a paid apprenticeship working for some mysterious person who sold gems and jewelry. This mysterious figure was Tommy. He quickly confirmed it was him on AMB, where he begged for people to send a couple $100 to get his new apprentice to Tucson. But he didn't present it as begging. Instead, he framed it as an investment, offering to send pictures of his nipples and even leg and toe pictures, but only if the donations exceeded $160. I guess everyone who donated would be receiving it, and the first person choosing what titillating photos they would receive was the first one to send $50. He explains that his new apprentice is from a conservative family, which caused them to be unable to ever discuss their situation as they were so deprived of privacy that their bathroom had no door. But before you give him credit for being charitable, remember this is Tommy we're talking about. Despite this supposedly being some sort of paid position, he then went on to describe how the apprentice was very attractive and a versatile BDSM role player who could top, bottom, or stand. Whatever standing is. Regardless, the plan was about to go ahead, when suddenly, just a couple of days after the original announcement, this user announced their plan to leave for Arizona was canceled. This was apparently because they were able to discuss things with their family, during which it came out that their mother was bisexual, meaning there was some chance that they could actually come out to their parents. But that's not what happened. Or at the very least, it's likely not the reason they decided to stay. At some point, Tommy had tried to get this person into AMB for some reason. He then starts asking them whether they had ever been with a trans woman, to which the user stated they were still a virgin. Tommy then talks about his fantasies of being with a man with female genitalia, and the two talked a little about their shared fantasies. But eventually, it came out that this user was demisexual, meaning they're only attracted to people they have an emotional bond with. Tommy got upset, and for a second, he started talking a bit of sense by saying that's just valuing pair bonding over modern dating. It falls apart as soon as he starts correcting the record, declaring this individual is bigender and bisexual, and even saying they're autoerotic until they actually have sex. At this point, this user starts to understand the only reason they were even offered an apprenticeship is because Tommy wanted to be with a trans person. When this was pointed out, Tommy danced around the issue but never outright denied it. When it was clear he wasn't getting any, he explained that it was fine and that he needed to be seduced first anyway, until which time he'd just keep using his hand. Then he threatened that if this person didn't want to sleep with him in the same bed, they'd have to sleep outside, as there just wasn't enough space. While this user never confirmed this to be a reason for staying home, I think it's pretty obvious that that is probably the case. His video uploads also started getting progressively more unhinged. One of his favorite pastimes became contacting random hotlines for really no reason at all, which he would sometimes do on camera. At first, it was relatively mild. He called several mental health hotlines, trying to report on some other person who was about to take their own life. It took him a while, but he finally got someone to pick up the phone, and he told the other person that some girl he knew was going to take her own life. The videos got weirder from here. In one video, he was casually calling up the FBI
Welcome to my
hotline that was
channel.
specifically opened in
Dobro
response to a
jutro.
mass tragedy.
Hi FBI, how are you this evening?
Kako ste slab? Jebote. Spavaš ti? Težak slučaj. Dracula Sines je legenda. U 5 do 12. Ajmo da igramo Remnant ili Dark Tide. Hoćemo. Ja kod Dracula jebote. 12 iskora. I onda sam ga lepo odbija, rekao sutra ćemo. Znači, a da, prvo sam sebe morao da ubedim da idem u krevet. U pola jedan. U pola jedan sam otišao ja. Dok neki rade kao ti, jako vredno.
Evo ijao istresment pa idem da kupim nek stvari na pijak pa dolzim malo da igramo pa onda idem da lim malo.
Dobro, dobro. Biću ja tu. Ti se javi. sposoban da ne zaspeš u redu.
Ne planiram da izlazim posel CEO Dan Nigde.
Kapiram.
Sada
I'm an
idem
independent
da se
journalist. I have some
obscure bim
inquiries.
potrebtinma.
This number was being
Već ja
advertised
tu, slobodno.
as for the victims of
Slobodno
the
se javi kad
violence
se
last
vratiš.
night at the Standing Rock DAPL confrontation to call and complain about murder and genocide.
In reality, he didn't really care about that mass
Why?
tragedy, and the hotline was simply an opportunity for him to talk about how he was getting cyberbullied.
Odo.
He complained to the agent about how the forum was
Čujemo
acting
se malo
against him.
kasnije.
He also specifically names the owner of the forum Null.
I'm also a victim of the Kiwi farms, and I'd like to know how to connect with the people who are doing that investigation to give them the evidence that I have against the Kiwi farms.
The officer's response is rarely audible throughout the call, but based on Tommy's dissatisfied responses, we can assume he wasn't really giving Tommy what he wanted. Tommy also ends up asking the officer about whether they're investigating rainbow gatherings, accusing them of indirectly killing people via drug overdoses.
Bodies all over the country, and people and weird drugs getting people getting blind dosed with weird drugs at rainbow gatherings. Want to know what you're doing about that?
This is one of the first instances of Tommy not only targeting the quote-unquote Drainbow crowd within the Rainbow family, but also directly calling out the whole movement. And it's really the beginning of one of the more enduring bits of drama that Tommy would get involved in. For now, though, he wasn't getting anything from the FBI. He hung up the phone in frustration, and instead of calling it a day, he attempted to contact other law enforcement agencies, including the county sheriff's office and the governor's office. When he couldn't get what he wanted from anyone, the video devolved into a political rant about Donald Trump, who had recently been elected. Tommy likes to paint himself as a big trans ally, supposedly being intersexed himself. However, very few people actually believe this, and they're convinced the only reason he ever started doing it was for a hustle. In a post from 2011, he admitted he had started doing the whole woman charade back in 1986, only stopping because the cops had caught him, whatever that means. And at the time of the post in 2011, he admitted he had a few hustles going that worked better if he was a dorked up doll instead of a dorky dude. Nothing really changed for the next several months. Sometime in December, he made an attempt to be liked by the forum community by exposing Vordrak for his newest scheme to get the Kiwi farms taken down, which included suing the forum's web host named Frantech. This willingness to backstab a fellow lolcow actually impressed some people. It didn't last, though. As the thread was approaching a year in age, it got to a staggering 400 pages, all because Tommy just refused to shut up and stop incriminating himself every chance he got. Outside of selling cheap jewelry, verbally sparring with people online was the only semi-productive thing he could even bother to do, with absolutely zero change to his rhetoric. He still held the grand illusion that he could sue the forum into oblivion, and any arguments to the contrary were discounted as just people talking smack. Which they were, but they were also correct. Even worse, he still showed zero remorse for the terrible things he did, saying things like, "A single consensual encounter with a slightly underage female does not a child SA'er make." And yes, he said it that way. That's his weird wording, okay? I did not say it that way. In the same post, he also justifies the whole thing with dogs by saying he wasn't the only one in the group doing it, and that it was perfectly normal to do. Hilariously, he even redresses his dumpster diving by saying he's a third-generation salver, implying he has a long family history of diving through dumpsters. For context, a salver is a person or company specializing in salvaging either ships or the goods inside them. In other words, he's not a salver. It's here we find out something quite remarkable. Although he was 62 years old, both his parents were still alive, with both of them being 89. According to him, because his family was generally quite long-lived, being 62 was the peak of his life. And as we all know, there's no better way for a 62-year-old to spend their best years than by calling everyone who doesn't agree with them a troglodyte or other terms, or just saying everyone on a website is mentally ill. Generally, when you're getting close to retirement age, spending your time arguing with people on the internet is actually a very good use of time. Speaking of his family, he continued to show utter contempt for them. On A&B, he claimed his mother had never changed his diaper, bathed him, or even just held him when he was a baby. He then claimed some of his earliest memories were of his father and brother coming to his room and beating him up in the crib. In the same post, he basically calls himself a hero for not committing terrible acts due to how he was brought up. The irony. Regardless, the delusion of being some sort of hero has stuck with him for a while. Remember when he showed so much concern for trans youths? Well, in March, there was a story about a 5-year-old who was brought to a children's hospital in Illinois, with the catch being that this 5-year-old was supposedly transgender. The fact that this 5-year-old was also identifying as a girl, despite being male at birth, made the hospital suspicious, and the Illinois Department of Children and Families took the child away from the parents' custody. It was believed that this child was undergoing some kind of quasi-conversion therapy by LGBT activists. When Tommy sees a child in need, he's always the first one on the scene. He released a video about this the very next day, in which he started trying to contact the hospital under the pretense of being an independent journalist.
Hi, Cindy. My name's Tommy. How are you today?
I'm good. What can I do for you?
Cindy, I'm calling on behalf of the World Professional Association of Transgender Healthcare Providers, Standards of Care 7 discussion group at Facebook.
Okay.
You have a patient by the name of Steven something who has been there. I understand that, but I don't have the last name because of confidentiality in the group. It hasn't been revealed to anybody yet.
Obviously, he was on the side of the parents. He demanded to know info about Stevie. He kept getting shoved away and redirected to other operators, likely because no one actually wanted to talk to this lunatic. He was supposed to get a call back, but he was never contacted again, so he just went on a rant about the whole thing, reading the article I read from earlier. While his heroic acts did not go appreciated, he still wasn't done making frivolous calls. Around this time, he came to believe that Sneasel was actually a 69-year-old professor who worked for Thomson Reuters, which is a Canadian media conglomerate that owns the Reuters news company. So, he called them directly and basically tried to get this lady fired, claiming she was trolling him on Facebook during regular working hours. As far as I know, this never really went anywhere, as the 69-year-old lady was not, in fact, a random internet troll whose daily routine was getting under Tommy's skin. Who would have thought? Sometime after this, Tommy got into a heated argument with yet another famous lolcow named Jennifer A.J. when the latter started producing critique videos of him. As far as I can tell, the videos haven't been archived, so their content is unknown. What is known is Tommy's response to it, which wasn't exactly warm towards Jennifer, saying open attacks against him are intolerable. On the farms, he claimed to be completely incapable of understanding what her video meant, promising that YouTube or vid.me, where the videos were also hosted, wouldn't put up with it. I guess he was right, as the videos were deleted after Tommy went on a flagging campaign. But that wasn't enough to silence her, so he went for the tried and true method, fraudulently calling the police and hoping they do something about the internet meanie heads. He got in contact with the Canadian police, and as is his habit, he gave them his entire life story.
I'm a transgender person who lived in stealth all my life because of the way things were, and I was hiding behind a beard for many years, and I just recently came out. I've been on, I'm a member of the hippie music and arts community, and I've been online since 1985, with the indie artists. And so I have an anti-fan club that has been harassing me mercilessly, and I have evidence that it's deep state operatives being paid to do it, and for years. And last year, I've been getting harassed by a group at a place called AnotherMessageBoard.com since about 2011. And last year, they lured me onto this kiwi farm site because one of the kiwi farmers had discovered my YouTube videos because he was searching on gender dysphoria.
Pretty much the same exact thing that happened the 100 other times he tried to contact the police, as the operator is nice enough to say that they'll look into the issue and let him know if there are any updates. There were never any updates. During this situation, we got to learn about yet another skeleton from Tommy's closet. Back in 2013, he was trying to get his music career going. He recorded a single, and he reached out to a fellow YouTube creator named Miss Just Another Human to make a music video for it. When the YouTuber made the video for him, he was dissatisfied with it and refused to pay them.
So let me get this right. You came to me, you asked me to help create a music video, which is what I did. You simply didn't like it. You gave me no parameters, you gave me no information at all, except for the song you wanted to use. That was it. Beyond all that, it was left up to my creative talents to create what I made. and you didn't like it.
What followed was seemingly a targeted harassment campaign by Tommy that lasted for around 5 months. Consistently, he kept making trouble in the comment section of their videos, trying to strong-arm them into either remaking the video and threatening them with a lawsuit. They tried to fight back against him in comment sections, highlighting how they had done everything he'd asked them to do, and even blocked them on Facebook, but still it didn't seem to work. In fact, you know how Tommy complains about his videos being reposted? Well, that's exactly what he did, re-uploading Miss Just Another Human's videos on his own channel.
Now you've had to come out into the YouTube and stalk me and track me down and post my video to your channel? The f*** is that? You are threatening me. You did threaten me.
Eventually, they got desperate enough to make a video about it, detailing all the harassment they had gone through by that point. Sadly, it seems not even this was enough for them to get away from him. At some point, they ended up taking their own life, although we wouldn't find out much about that until later. Many people have accused Tommy of causing this, although for his part, he insists he has nothing to do with it, claiming he had blocked them on Facebook himself months before the incident. With his track record, you can imagine how believable most people found that story. By now, things were heating up again in much the same way they had done when the trolls first landed on his page in 2016. As was common for him, he tried to do a copyright takedown of a YouTube creator only identified as Andrew. Unthreatened, Andrew counterclaimed and waited for the claim to run out, since he knew for a fact that Tommy wasn't actually going to sue him. But Tommy had a different plan. He reached out to Andrew via email, demanding that if Andrew wishes to use his videos, he needs to pay him a licensing fee. Andrew doesn't take the bait and tells him he's ready to take it to court if necessary. Notably, he calls him Mr. Wassenberg, which really upsets Tommy, who shoots back by saying he doesn't believe the video will be reinstated because he has no idea how the copyright guidelines actually work on YouTube. But Tommy still wasn't getting the hint. He insisted the licensing fee was his legal right, and he did so for the next couple of emails until Andrew shot back with probably the best retort he could. A YouTube video of puppets explaining how copyright works on YouTube. Tommy never responded after that, although something tells me it wasn't because he finally understood the copyright system. At this point, he really needed some sort of win, and he sought it in the most unlikely of places, trash-talking the Rainbow family. You see, on July 22nd, he released a video titled Interview with Victim of Rainbow Family Kidnapping and Torture. In it, he interviews someone named River, who alleged that people present at the gatherings have a history of dosing people with psychedelics without their consent, which is a pretty big claim. It's hard to hear what the person is saying due to the terrible recording quality, but from what I could gather, River claimed that he attended a gathering on the 1st of July, and over the next few days, as he was drinking the water and the beer they were giving him, he started noticing they were getting progressively stronger. At that point, he started suspecting some of the food and water he'd had been tampered with. However, he kept consuming what they were giving him, and by July 4th, he was still on a trip. Tommy gets understandably miffed by this, claiming he's been around chemists and knows exactly how these things are supposed to be done. He also asked River how they handled the norovirus outbreak, which doesn't seem entirely relevant. From what I could make out, about 15% of people at the gathering may have gotten it, perhaps, but I don't really know. This is just from the claims that I'm going over here. The convo then moves on to River getting kicked out of the gathering. According to River, they had accused him of stealing things and of threatening to SA some sisters, or rather, female Rainbow family members that are called sisters. When faced with this, they claimed he got aggressive and they had to tie him up. River then supposedly admits to them having stolen some things, which is very Drainbow of him, and he's then handcuffed and the police were called. This version of the story supposedly comes from someone named Nova, but River gives a different retelling. He admits that the cops were called, but says that they weren't told about anything like SA or stealing, and that the police simply took him away and never even brought him into custody. He claims he never stole anything, but that everything he brought to the gathering had been stolen from him. Tommy relates to that by saying that back in 1999, when he attended a Rainbow gathering, they stole $25,000 from him. I don't actually believe he's made that much money in his entire life combined, to be honest, much less that he had that much on him. River then claims he never threatened to SA anybody. He then recounts his own version of why he may have been arrested, as he does admit people had accused him of being a thief, but that they couldn't find anything on him and they basically framed him. A lot of what he says is really hard to make out, so the story isn't entirely clear. Regardless, River was supposedly ordered to never return to gatherings, although I guess he wasn't officially banned, at least according to Tommy, as I suppose only the council can do that. I'm willing to defer to Tommy here about the power of the council. Most of the rest of the video is just River trying to to give some helpful advice, and in fairness, he actually comes across as quite reasonable all throughout. This had a very positive effect, as the video became his most viewed at the time, with one of the most glowing like-to-dislike ratios he's ever had. It's terrible for any other YouTuber, but honestly, he's never had such a positive reception. And the comments were also glowing by comparison, as out of the 2 original posts, only one was negative, while the others actually took the video at face value. It even led to a polite exchange, where Tommy gave some background on why he believes the movement has gone down the drain recently. It must have felt pretty good to finally get something resembling a win. Of course, this is Tommy, and we can't expect him to carry on doing something good. Just a few weeks after this, he went to AMB and did yet another self-report. He admitted he was having some very rare feelings, as one of his neighbors had just bought a female Doberman, which was a spitting image of the dog he owned named Lady. He let this new dog sniff him, and, well, I can't even quote him directly, but he got pretty excited, and he said he wanted to do some things with the dog. But of course, Tommy is no such degenerate, and he would only do things with his fingers for the dogs, not for him. Why? Because he only loved adult brown-eyed women. He recounts his age-old practice of doing things with dogs, explaining it's very standard practice in a master-dog relationship, as females demand it in return for their services. He then claims his old dog would demand noogies, the name he gave the foul practice, from all of his other stoner friends if they were around, and that the dog was particularly demanding. They of course all took part, in his words, for fun. There was no sexual deviancy at all. This warranted a response from Tommy, who had sworn off coming back to the Kiwi farms. Wasn't his first time, and wouldn't be the last. Shouldn't be a surprise that he's hideously inconsistent. He repeats these same tired differences we're all used to at this point. He also explains why he has a tendency to poop his pants randomly, explaining it's due to allergies. Around this time, he also got into another spat with Andrew. Despite the fact Tommy had completely failed to do much of anything, Andrew decided to entertain him, and he promised to pay him $25,000 for the right to use all of Tommy's content as much as he wanted forever. Tommy agreed to this, and Andrew flew to the United States for the exchange. In an email, he confirmed he would be staying at the Doubletree Hotel, and that they should meet at breakfast. Tommy agreed, claiming he'd have to bring a police entourage, and that if a fair licensing agreement wasn't reached, there would be mortal combat. The whole exchange is pretty ridiculous, as Andrew does a good job of trolling Tommy. Being easy to wind up, Tommy accuses Andrew of trying to deceive him, and at least according to the emails, it seems like they weren't going to reach a deal. The original video discussing this, posted by Andrew, has been deleted along with his entire channel, so I couldn't verify these claims personally. This is all based on transcripts of the original video, which may be misleading, so take this with a hefty pinch of salt. But as the story supposedly goes, Andrew made his way to the US. It seemed they had reached a deal of some sort. I have to give a little warning for this next part, but when the time came for the meeting and the cab drove up to pick Tommy up, he stayed locked in his bedroom before finally coming out, giving the driver $13 and telling him to leave. He then declared no cab came to pick him up, despite the fact that Andrew proved he was in the United States and even showed his hotel confirmation. Unfortunately, this agreement between intellectuals was postponed for the time being. Sometime after this, he was caught venturing out into the real world. At one point, he recorded himself talking to some street buskers. He attempted to boss them around, telling them they were doing it wrong and needed to be at a different spot. When they don't listen, he gets aggressive, demanding to know their names and threatening them with his audience. As a reminder, 3,000 views on YouTube is the best he's ever done on a single video.
And tell me your name.
My name is James McGuinn.
Uh-huh. And you just took over his access to me. Are you the band leader? I guess, because he was coming with me, and you want to be there. Now, I didn't really feel like working too hard tonight. No, I'm not working. You guys are, I'll be nicer about it.
Mellow on my kids.
I'll mellow on your kids. Which one's yours?
They're all mine.
I mean, actually out of your body?
At this point, he is consistently heated. He messages one of the forum users and demands that he meet him physically, threatening that if he continues to insult Tommy to his face, he's not gonna like the result. He even claims he'll have armed guards with him, who probably won't be deputized servants. It's pretty much just one never-ending meltdown. In the midst of this, the forum community got together to produce the definitive proof video against Tommy, which was a compilation of all the times he spoke about the Sabrina incident, basically giving the whole story of what happened that day. Even then, Tommy was not dissuaded from owning the trolls. Following a brief ban, he was unbanned from the thread, and he returned to try and prove a point of some sort, taking a screenshot of his whole browser. But because he's never heard of the snipping tool, he ended up exposing that he was looking at pictures of cute blonde girls, which gives some interesting results. In response to people calling him out, he made a video addressing his views on the topic of CP. Now, since there was technically no proof of what the Google search actually yielded, he may have been able to dodge the accusations if he had pretended the results were all adult women. Instead, he fully admitted to it, giving a very weird explanation for why he would view such content in the first place. He defends himself by claiming that his prognosis actually isn't unique to him, even accusing trans people of having broadly similar tastes.
Sexual behavior is something that's very common among trans women. Probably men too. You know, masturbate each other and that's ourselves as being having the right comment when we do it.
Much of the video is basically just rambling about how he shouldn't have to justify himself to other people, and how he doesn't like getting pushback from the transgender community. Really, it's just a big self-own. At this point, everyone knew that Tommy had a bit of a thing for youths, and soon they threw more fuel on the fire when they found his account on a website called youthdebates.com from around 2011. As the name suggests, the website was aimed at minors. There are a lot of posts of him casually flirting with people there. Here, after some girl tells him that her smell would knock his socks off, he says he'd do a lot more than smelling, before asking her cup size, her build, and whether she does any athletic activities. In another post, he was trying to meet one of the people there in real life, saying they could spar together. To his credit, we can't really know how old either person is, but again, this website was deliberately targeting youths and explicitly had minors on it. Still, he was far from the only adult there, so it's not like the odds are super low that it was an adult on the other end. Speaking of sparring, Tommy likes to pretend that he's a bit of a tough guy. On the website, he painted himself as the type of dude that would never, ever take heat from anyone back in school, claiming he punched a guy so hard under his ear that he needed brain surgery, all for insulting his yarmulke. He claimed to be the type of guy to always stand up to bullies, and always made sure to befriend the nerds, and also befriend people with terrible body odor. He even claimed to have bit a person's nose when they were screaming in his face, and he supposedly lost count of the number of fingers he had broken when they were pointed at him. This persona is nothing new for him. As far back as 2016, he was regaling people with stories of his training in Krav Maga from when he was a kid, saying that the style came to him naturally because he's Romanian. I have no idea how that's relevant to anything, but that's what he said. He also remarked that when he was in his prime, it had taken 15 police officers to take him into custody because they didn't want to shoot him. And to top it all off, because of his supposed hormone imbalance, he has no problem with going full beast mode. All of this combined supposedly gave him the physical strength to take on any troll, leading him to regularly threaten people with violence. After these posts resurfaced, Tommy made a video defending himself. At least I think it was him defending himself. It's 40 minutes long, and while he acknowledges that he was accused of being a creep, he generally just complains that the reason he left the website is because it was unmoderated and difficult to get into. I'm sure he felt that way. While on video, he ended up joining the site again for some reason. He was flagged by mods almost instantly after a different user linked one of the mods to the Kiwi Farms forum. In particular, they were sent the confession mashup video, which is about as definitive in terms of proof as you can possibly get. Seeing that proof, the mod banned him until January of 2045, at which point he will probably be dead. But at this rate, honestly, he might just outlive the ban out of sheer spite. Since it was archived, we also get to see some of the topics that Tommy commented on. The funniest one I found has to be, ask Tommy Tudor what the truth about her really is. As you'd expect, it's basically one big trauma dump and pretending he's the most morally righteous man he knows. The only interesting thing is that he announces plans for some indie concerts to help hurricane victims. At this point, he started getting seriously worried that his child enjoyment, so to speak, was going to get him in legal trouble, as it rightfully should have decades ago. And so, he took to YouTube and mounted the most heroic defense a man like him could put up. Yet another video where he bothers the authorities with absolute nonsense. He starts out the video by denying that any sexual offense ever happened, saying it was all alleged, as if the reason people believed he did what he did wasn't words that came straight from his mouth and words that he typed on his own keyboard. In this video, he attempts to contact the Attorney General and make sure he can't be prosecuted for the Sabrina Sabrina incident. First, he calls the Pima County Attorney's Office in Arizona, where they tell him that they have no jurisdiction because it happened in California. Then, he calls a county attorney's office in California, presumably in Los Angeles County. There, he's told it's unlikely to be prosecuted because of lack of victim and lack of evidence. Lastly, he calls a private criminal attorney, who pretty much says the same thing. I think the worst part about all of this is how he describes the act. According to him, nothing happened between him and Sabrina beyond some hugging and kissing. But he said himself that that's not the case. Frankly though, I don't think the answer would have changed that much, even if the individual offices suspected that more had happened, as the same issues that apply to this case now could have applied back then. So, taking his victory lap, he spent the rest of the video going through what his trolls were saying and trash-talking Yawning Snoozle.
It is impossible to be dumb enough not to understand that the cops are not going to follow up on false reports. Well, I do know that, and they're not false reports, and I'm just building a case to take to the legislature because we need laws. So you keep on being stupid.
And wouldn't you know, he soon got an unlikely ally, Cole, the DoD veteran with a question mark for a military record. A comment supposedly made by Cole appeared on AMB, white knighting Tommy and claiming people obsessing over him were unhealthy sickos. Then, they tried to defend him for the Sabrina story, claiming that a singular instance of that behavior does not make him some kind of creep, and that to believe otherwise is woefully misinformed. Obviously, Cole got roasted for that pretty hard, and when engaged with pretty straightforward counter-arguments, they just claimed that the posters were homophobic and called it a day. That was it. Tommy himself eventually joins in on the fun, claiming the reason Cole is defending him was because they looked at the facts and just saw the truth for what it was, obviously. Cole comes back with a measured response, saying the way the story was told to them by Tommy didn't sound like some kind of horrible action. Things here look about as good as they ever do for Tommy, when suddenly tragedy strikes. The Cole account makes another post where they ponder if they should give away the password to the whistleblower account, which is Tommy's. Yes, this was Tommy the entire time, creating a sock puppet account to pretend there was one person on Earth defending him. Hilariously, he didn't even pretend otherwise. He just plainly admitted it in the next post, claiming it was his attempts to troll people, and dogging on people for supposedly hiding behind a facade. Keep in mind, this is right after he got caught hiding behind the facade of his friend. And just to end the year off, there was one more instance of Tommy talking to minors. Alleged
cowards hiding among the trees of the clanless perch. As the loyal men of Ogham lay down their lives to protect those who support them, you hide. As the women of Ogham sweat and ache, skinning beasts on which to feed, you hide. As the children of Ogham play at war, preparing to serve the greater needs of the people, you traitors hide. I will offer clemency only once. Return to the manor immediately and serve Ogham, as is your duty, and your punishment will be deferred.
kind of. An anonymous individual came onto the forum and claimed that Tommy had met up with a 14 or 15-year-old girl named Savannah. They supposedly got on video call where Tommy reportedly exposed himself. This was followed by everyone, including Savannah, reporting him and getting him kicked off the website. Tommy supposedly raged from here and demanded to speak with her father. Tommy released a video in response, giving the story of how he met Savannah through the website. We don't actually have this video, and the only archive we have is a transcription, so again, take this with a pinch of salt. He supposedly claimed he had been very hesitant to speak with her, and that his anti-fans were warning him she was actually a cop trying to get him in trouble. But he didn't heed the advice, as he admitted to eventually going on a video call with her. He talks about her dad, who's supposedly someone going by the name Lapshake on YouTube. He confirms he still needs to talk to her father, even claiming he had tried to reach out to him via Savannah. He ends the video by pleading to the father to reach out to him, as Tommy was planning to go to the feds about the whole thing. Why he was going to go to the feds, I have no idea. As the new year started, things didn't get much better. One particularly dedicated troll went through all of Tommy's videos and took all of the musical bits out from it, copywriting them under the RIAA. Tommy got understandably upset about this, filing a complaint with the RIAA over music that he officially didn't own. This was followed by yet another troll. Someone impersonated Tommy and tried to start a bit of a flame war. Tommy was quick to respond to this, claiming a bunch of people were going to jail over it. He even called the Tucson police, which, of course, achieved literally nothing.
Okay, what's What's the new development?
There's an imposter that is stirring up problems, and there are now 2 complaints in other jurisdictions about the fallout from this imposter. One person is a person who's on YouTube as Evangelist Dr. Robert McKim Sr. And I'm looking at a video right now that says, wow, really? Tommy Tudor called my local sheriff office on me and I preach from the Bible. He's in Carrollton, Ohio. I called him last night when I realized what was going on, is that the cyber terrorism gang had set up this imposter to stir up a problem between me and this other person, Jennifer AJ.
I don't actually know how he came to the conclusion that these were the people who tried to impersonate him. He tried calling multiple different departments, and every time he had to hang up angrily because there was nothing they could possibly do. This one video wasn't the end of the madness. He continued trying in another video, uploaded soon after, admitting that he was incapable of getting any sort of investigation open at all. He gave the police all the same ridiculous stories, and still nothing happened. This definitely annoyed Tommy, but he couldn't pursue his criminal case forever, as he was looking forward to a very important event, a gem show in Tucson. He was spotted by a lurker who had been working on a pet project, cataloging everything Tommy was selling there. And boy was it something. According to the poster, Tommy either sat around making no attempts to sell anything at all, or he stood around smoking a poorly rolled joint. His booth was by far the most unprofessional in the entire venue. The poster also includes a bunch of photos, most of which are Tommy lounging around and looking half asleep, if not fully asleep. Here we also get a look at a note from Tommy that's on display for everyone. And in it, he says this stall is not like the other stalls because he is a transgender practitioner of earth medicine. And his rocks are not just any ordinary rocks. No, these products are living creatures of the mineral kingdom. Most of the rest of the note is waffling about how all of these gemstones are ethically sourced and often hand-mined by Tommy and company. He also refuses to sell any of his stuff for less than $5 and promises that part of his proceeds will be donated to the Transgender Community Coalition in Desert Hot Springs. But hey, he did make at least one sale, so I guess he wasn't doing too bad after all. The original poster was actually quite disappointed with how little fireworks he had witnessed, describing Tommy as largely jaded, similar to all the other sellers who were getting minimal foot traffic. At the time, he had befriended someone named Ariana, who the poster believed had been responsible for the better-looking parts of the booth. But Tommy denied this, claiming she had simply invested money into it. Now, Tommy wasn't very happy with this unwanted visitor. When some of the photos were reposted on A&B, he got upset by the idea that coming up to him with a camera was the same as being up in his face, claiming he never noticed people with cameras anyway. The OP wondered if this meant that Tommy wanted to fight him. Of course, Tommy himself felt the need to respond, and as usual, he just made himself look worse. When he was trying to defend his business, he makes a very interesting admission in response to the original poster. He claims he's never been a fighter and has never had those kinds of stories to tell, at least for himself. So, you know, the complete contradiction of the things he's claimed for years about being a super soldier who will put his fists on any troll that comes up to his door. It even contradicts the story of him getting in a fight during the Sabrina fiasco. Are you telling me this means he never punched that one guy so hard that he almost killed him? Unfortunately, it seems even Tommy is admitting here to his dubious combat sports track record. As for the business, he at least was willing to admit that it wasn't going very well. Well, kind of. At first, he claimed that he was at least breaking even claiming to have exchanged some $60 worth of stones for some za. He simultaneously said that he was making enough from the sales to cover his rent in a single day. Unless his rent is $20 a month, I'm not really sure what this means. Regardless, no one was really impressed by this showing. But he didn't have very long to think about that, as he was about to make an appearance in court for a case launched against him a couple of days prior. On February 9th, he was arrested after bringing substances and paraphernalia to a federal building. When the forum users found out about it, Tommy clarified it was because he was getting some forms to file, but that he had wandered into the wrong building. Because he'd been carrying a utility knife and pepper spray, they checked his purse, where they found a few rolled up doobies. He was slapped with a fine, which he paid partially, but with a remaining $220 on his balance. It seems like nothing ever came of this, and the case was dismissed in 2019. For a while, this humiliation quieted down somewhat, as he retreated to Facebook to find some like-minded individuals who wouldn't mock him for his opinions. He landed on Sophie LaBelle's page, where he complained about how there are too many memes being posted about trans exclusionary radical feminists. Ironically, he claims the best way to stop the hate is to just ignore it, which is a lesson that he hasn't been able to abide by for the past several decades. However, in a great demonstration of friendly fire, he caused everyone there to get angry at him. And this is a very lefty circle, so people shat on him for everything from white privilege to being old and out of touch. Tommy tried to defend himself, where he reveals he makes less than $15,000 a year, but he then had a bit of a boomer moment as he couldn't figure out how to block the commenters before finally leaving and moving on to his next chapter. Things slowed down somewhat after this. Tommy did continue to release videos on YouTube, which were often hours long and frankly irrelevant. But things did pick up again in April, and he was approached by a troll who promised him that he would get him all the info available on Tommy's various trolls. He made up an elaborate ruse to feed into Tommy's delusions, and Tommy himself was so convinced he ended up going to his congressman with all of this information. Of course, the troll eventually revealed himself to be fake, which was the end of their correspondence. But at this time, he also started becoming more active on Twitter, and although most of the activity from this period hasn't been archived, it seems he got into some hot water with the trans community. At some point, he believed there was going to be a congressional hearing about trans people being targeted by online harassment, and he was so possessed by this idea that he started randomly tagging people on Twitter, claiming they were all being targeted by the same people targeting him, and that they should send testimonies to the hearings. He pretended it wasn't him tagging people, while still insisting that people should join the cause. This included one trans woman named Zinnia, but that fell through, and all of a sudden, he decided to distance himself from Zinnia, complaining that she had refused to respond to him for 6 months and saying that they asked for it. All of this left Tommy in a pretty bad mood, and he became very irritable. At one point, he started picking a fight with a biker named Pete Clark over a political dispute, which didn't go well either. At first, it started as a pretty standard argument about politics, but after the man continuously humiliated himself, it devolved into the same chest puffing you've come to expect from Tommy. Tommy even made threats against Pete in typical Tommy fashion. Meanwhile, Pete kept roasting him, commenting on the fact that Tommy lives in utter squalor and can't afford to eat, all of which he took very personally. This confrontation led to a ban on Facebook, and Tommy took to AMB to claim that Randy, a mutual acquaintance of him and Pete's, told Pete to stay away from him, and that he truly believed he would never meet Pete physically. He was wrong. Pete ended up finding Tommy on the street, and according to Tommy, Pete was too much of a coward to swing at him, instead just calmly calling him a creep and a dog assaulter. Feeling pressed, Tommy wandered into a bar and demanded the bartender call the police on Pete. Instead, they were both kicked out. Tommy attributed this to a grand conspiracy against him, believing that the bar staff had witnessed an assault in real time and done nothing about it. Since he posted this on AMB, people started roasting him. Everyone pointed out that he had chickened out like everyone knew he would, to which he responded that he couldn't lay down because Pete didn't swing first, as he would have supposedly been arrested. This is the same guy who claimed he had a hormonal imbalance that made him freak out, leading to him fighting 15 cops at once. So yeah, no one was really falling for it. By now, Tommy was beyond tilted at everything. In the middle of all of this, his Facebook was bombarded by a random guy named Troy, who got into a bit of a scuffle with Tommy and some of his friends over trans issues. I think he was just trolling, but it really wound Tommy up for an entire night. In the middle of the argument, an account going by Michael Rollins stepped in and posted about Tom's admission of the Sabrina story. As you'd expect, Tommy had a massive crash out, claiming the entire story was fabricated. When his own words were used against him, he switched it up slightly and claimed the original recounting had been fictionalized, which is a defense he has used previously. Eventually, he tried to get the account banned by rallying his friends. But this wasn't even the worst of his troubles in this regard. In early September of 2018, a random YouTube account posted an excerpt from an old video of Tommy. I couldn't find the original video, but the clip speaks for itself.
When I was a young adult, I was a 16-year-old, or not quite 16-year-old girl. A few years, 10 years later, how many years later? That was 1999. Like 15 years later, in 1999, I was a 14-year-old boy at a rainbow gathering and was banned forever from rainbow gatherings.
The 1999 incident is worth highlighting because back in 2016, a Rainbow family member claimed the reason he'd been kicked out of the 1999 Rainbow Gathering was due to an accusation of CSA, which definitely gives Tommy's words a bit more credence here. But as all of this came to an end, he was even having troubles outside of the internet, as he supposedly got in some issue with his landlord. Although I can't find the post, there were claims he planned to stiff the landlord out of some money. This eventually led to his eviction, forcing him to get a new place. With that, he decided it was time to finally change his life around. Well, kind of. He petitioned to have his name changed from Thomas to Tommy, Tommy spelled Tommie, which is what he's been going by for quite some time. This was eventually granted, but because he's kind of silly, he was expecting it to happen way sooner than it reasonably could. He then admitted that despite his new place having a no smoking clause, he was casually smoking outside, because mortal laws don't apply to him. Honestly, this is the one detail about him that I actually like. That's cool. Ha! Awesome. Based. Around the same time as his real-life encounter with Pete went down, he received an answer about his inquiry with his congressman. To quote the letter directly, despite the sheer breadth of accusations, there was no proof of anything illegal, and they weren't going to do anything about it. And that wraps up the year of 2018. As he continued to have his fits of rage well into the beginning of 2019. It frustrated him to no end that despite his best efforts, he just couldn't do anything against his trolls. But then he got the most brilliant idea: to make the trolls destroy themselves. He started up his own discussion forum, where he would be in complete control of the discourse, but it immediately backfired, with trolls flooding in the moment it came online. He tried banning them, but they multiplied quicker than his tech-illiterate hands could smack them down. So that attempt crashed and burned, but he still had his gem business to worry about. But just when it seemed things would go the way they had previously, a wild Rainbow family member appeared. A man named James Parisho showed up to the gem show and searched for him, strapped with a firearm, looking for Tommy. The first time he went, he didn't find him, but the second time, he actually found the booth, and he got him to talk on livestream. He didn't do anything, just talking to him about the stones and pretending not to know him. He eventually walked off and showed the Sabrina confession video to the viewers.
I'm positive that that's him. Absolutely 100% certain this is the same person.
He then went to the Rainbow Gathering Facebook page and told everyone that Tommy was at the gem show, also showing them the Sabrina clip. While there weren't any other live streams from James, it's presumed he kept hanging around the place. And when Tommy found out about it, he immediately started up his own live stream where he accused James of being a stalker. He then called the Tucson police on video, revealing he had already opened a criminal case against him, but that he wasn't able to contact the officer working on it because he was currently off duty. The operator didn't provide any alternative contacts, and it was clear they weren't interested in him. It ended the same way all his other calls do, failing to achieve anything. In fact, it seems James's efforts managed to get Tommy banned from the show, according to comments left on the video. He later confirmed this in another video, claiming James was able to convince the event organizers that Tommy was a predator. A few weeks after this happened, Tommy got possibly the best news of his life. The Kiwi Farms was down. He immediately started up a live stream, announcing this was likely the work of the Tucson Police Department. He based this on a splash screen seen on the site, which claimed it had been seized by a coalition of law enforcement agencies, including the Tucson Police, the Mossad, which is like the Israeli CIA, and the Russian FSB. An email and phone number had also been provided. As you'd expect, Tommy was beside himself with joy, believing that his endless screams into the void had finally borne fruit. The only thing he needed now was $15,000 for a camper van so he could finally escape all the trolls that still hounded him. But then, about an hour into the stream, his hopes and dreams came crashing down.
So, 8chan Cowboy, you guys just made a big mistake. Looks like this is a game. Kiwi Farms has not been seized. The number on there belongs to Millennial Turkeys.
He'd soon find out that this wasn't correct either. When he decided to call up the number, it turned out to be none other than Null, the owner of the farms himself, who went on to have an almost hour-long confrontation with Tommy Tudor. Their little chat doesn't stay civil for very long. Tommy tries to essentially mog Null by talking about all of his viewers, which, in fairness, he was getting more than he usually did. Null can barely keep it together as he keeps laughing at Tommy, who just doesn't understand how stupid he's being. As Tommy was reading the chat, a bunch of people were feeding him some false allegations about Null, and because Tommy is Tommy, he believed them utterly.
Yeah, you watching the chat?
I don't watch the chat.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna take your world apart, Josh. You guys groomed Michelle Delaney, and the Winstead police are looking at those videos and the chats.
The stream pretty much goes nowhere, but it's a lot more entertaining than what Tommy usually gets up to. After threatening Null with a RICO lawsuit, he eventually just hangs up in frustration. It was around this time that Tommy started catching a lot more flack from his side. You see, an intersex YouTuber going by Michelle Marie Darlene made a video about Tommy, where they accused him of not being a genuine trans person, highlighting the Sabrina story and his general behavior. Tommy got extremely mad about this, accusing Darlene of being a troll and also adding Darlene to the criminal complaint, which we know will never be actually filed or taken seriously. He then calls the local cops on them, which has about the same reaction that you'd expect.
There is an active complaint about the gang I haven't told them about this latest development yet. If you'd like.
So let me get this straight. You live in Arizona, and this individual in Winston, Connecticut is making comments about you on his
No. This is more than comments. She's doing whole talks about me, discussing me with people.
It seems the pressure was enough for Darlene to stop talking about him, so I guess he got at least a little bit of a win there. But despite his best efforts to stay hidden, Tommy was about to become more famous than he ever could have imagined. Noel went on a live stream with infamous law tuber Nick Rekieta, where they discussed a range of topics, including the legality of the Kiwi farms. Tommy Tudor thought that Nick was acting as Noel's legal counsel. By association, this made Nick Tommy's enemy number one. He watched part of the live stream and got very mad, which is pretty par for the course. The same day, he released a video calling Nick personally. The call doesn't really go anywhere, as he basically just tells him he's an evil racist and promises to call the Minnesota Bar Association, trying to get him disbarred. This got a little more attention than he expected. The very next day, he started up another stream, this one titled, "The Incels Are Real Mad at Me," after the comments on the last video were swarmed by people who were pretty upset with Tommy's conduct. He does make numerous mentions of Nick, still threatening to get him disbarred. He also casually admitted to the fact that the Sabrina story wasn't even the last of its kind. We already knew that, but it was bold to admit it in front of everyone. But more so than what he says, the important thing is who comes to visit him. First of all, he takes numerous calls from trolls, which includes a good grilling by James Parisho. But even more ridiculous than that is a visit by none other than the host of Drama Alert, Killer Keemstar, who blesses his chat about an hour into the stream. He's soon joined by Nick himself, and together, they do a little bit of trolling as Tommy starts an investigation into Mundane Matt, by which I mean he's told something happened and believes it.
I'm talking to somebody who wanted some tips on coming out to their family, and
He's talking about Mundane Matt. He's like some sort of weird, like, he held like a girl at knife point for a kiss, like when he was a kid.
Mundane Matt held a girl at knife point for a kiss. Mundane Matt got my nephew flashbanged. Sneaks O'Reilly. Anybody like you who has a criminal complaint against people on the internet?
This is arguably the most attention he got in his entire life, with the live stream outperforming even his highest viewed videos on his channel. Of course, it wasn't positive attention, so he couldn't help but fight back on the forum, where he just incriminated himself more before walking back what he had said a second later. Sometime after this, the trolling just intensifies. During one live stream, he's led to believe that an ASMR video he forgot to pause was a demonic chant, and that someone was trying to sacrifice animals in his name. When he realized the mistake, he blamed the trolls again. Still, the trolling kept getting worse. Just a few days later, during another live stream, emergency services were called to his house, and the ensuing crash out was one for the ages.
You pieces of garbage. You are nothing but garbage. You just
It's just Nibon.
the energy
Welcome to my channel.
of two pumpers, a ladder truck, and an ambulance. Do you know what it costs to move two pumpers, ladder truck, and an ambulance to somebody's house on a false alarm? You utter pieces of...
He's correct, keep in mind, you shouldn't call emergency services for bogus reasons, no matter how funny the reaction may be. All was quiet for the next couple months. Tommy was still getting his meltdown reps in, but they were nothing unusual. Then, things heated up again in August, when Tommy announced he was going to speak at a hearing for the Tucson Unified School District on the topic of transgender children. He released a video practicing his speech where he does sound more coherent than usual. When the time came, he made sure to look his best. And when he was called to speak in front of the school board, he knocked it out of the park.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a trans feminine person, and I was asked to come and just speak on the importance of LGBT education in the primary grades for one reason. This is the way we're born. We deserve a happy childhood. There's no argument for denying a trans masculine female or trans feminine male the right to be happy and to be accepted in their community as they are. And I really think that's all I can say. I had a 5-minute speech that was, oh, you only got 3 minutes. I think I've said everything I need to say there. We deserve happiness. And for happiness, it's going to require that people know that there's nothing wrong with a person who is born with transgender ideations or same-sex attractions. And the earlier they learn it, the better their lives and the better their families' lives will be.
Thank you.
The hearing actually dragged on for a couple of days, during which Tommy made a very Tommy impression on the people around him. He went into the women's bathroom to refill his water bottle, and then went on Facebook and talked about how people were giving him weird looks, calling it Latin homophobia. Overall, the hearing didn't go the way that Tommy had hoped, and after staging a walkout, they held a small protest in front of the school. And there, Tommy even had a few words of wisdom to share with us.
Hi, I was at that meeting last week. I'm Tommy Jane. I'm one of very few senior-age transgender people that are healthy enough and have my act together well enough to be able to talk in public about this. The average life expectancy of transgender people was only 35 years.
That's right.
And I'm going to be celebrating my 65th birthday.
For Tommy, this modicum of positive attention was like a drug. It was the first time in recorded history that there were people genuinely cheering for him, and he believed he could turn this into something much bigger. Enter December. A cable television network, Hallmark TV, a channel that mainly produces family-friendly fun, aired an ad that showed a lesbian kiss. This led to a petition from a group called 1 Million Moms, which led to the network pulling the ad completely. This decision obviously upset the LGBT community, including a group called 1 Million Queers. So here's where Tommy comes in. He joined the group, doing his usual spiel of claiming to be a trans ally and an ally of the community. But really, he had other goals. At some points, a group called Stonebreaker posted some mean pictures about a trans man named Benji, who happened to be a minor, which led to Stonebreaker posting a mean picture about him as well. This led to a massive argument with Stonebreaker, where Tommy spent his time trying to get them to do an interview while calling them racist, homophobic, transphobic, and every other kind of thing that you can envision they would be called in this scenario. However, the interview did actually happen on Tommy's YouTube channel, and it was a total train wreck, with Tommy asking questions and then refusing to let the other guy answer. All this did was bring more attention to himself. There were claims he had tried to approach Benji with some less than savory questions, although I couldn't find any evidence of this. Whatever the case, it got him banned from the Facebook group. He later talked about this on a live stream, where he denied any wrongdoing and claimed he'd simply been banned because of the lies that circulated around him, calling the mods militant thought police and saying the whole group gives the LGBT community a bad name. The next day, presumably in an attempt to debunk the Benji claim, he took to AMB to talk about how he's in hundreds of Facebook groups and talks to a lot of people, many of which do happen to be minors. I'm not sure how this in any way helps his position, but go off, King, alright? I support you. The drama goes on for a while, but it's just him getting outraged, and for a long time there isn't honestly much to report on. Then, sometime in the beginning of 2020, he was trying again with the whole being an ally thing, as he joined a new group called Saga, where he spends a lot of time talking to parents of trans kids about how the kids are doing. In particular, he gets in contact with someone named Lizette Trujillo, trying very hard to get videos of her kid. But while people seemed welcoming at first, it didn't take long before he screwed it up for himself. He went on a fiery rant about how other people in the group were acting like thought police and stopping his friends, including Lizette, from expressing themselves. This already forced people to give him a sideways look, but what really clinched it was an interaction he had with Saga management, which had been contacted about Tommy trying to meet up with 12 to 13-year-olds, which they politely asked him to stop. Tommy responded by insulting them and calling them a troll account, arguing he was actually trying to do group meetups with their parents as well. But the management didn't really buy this, and just reasserted their demand, to which Tommy wondered if this was Lizette. It wasn't Lizette, but because he thought it was, he threatened to ruin her husband's businesses and also called her a slur. He then continues spamming threats, calling Lizette stupid, threatening lawsuits, and just generally being a toxic freak. People found out that on Instagram, he was following a bunch of teen and preteen accounts, as well as a ton of not safe for work accounts. This all came to a head as somehow these people got a hold of his number and started texting him. In April, Tommy made the airwaves again when he called in a complaint against one such person, who he believed to be Lizette Trujillo. He was going to call the police with the intent of getting her a psychiatric evaluation, but before he does that, he adds in a threat of violence.
If my behavior was unstable, people would have been hurt already. I'd have gone searching people out and destroyed their home. Like, I have her phone number. I know exactly where she lives. I'd go and throw a firebomb through her window if I was unstable.
This didn't really go anywhere, as usual, and all it really did was highlight how disgusting he is. He added to this by claiming that children are responsible for seducing adults, which he believes justifies what happened with Sabrina. And the weird thing is that he wasn't even denying it while the Instagram drama was happening. When he was asked why he was following those preteen accounts, he explained the reason he did it is because he saw himself most in 8-year-old girls. He calls it a coping mechanism, described by himself as the strangest prayer ceremony that only transgender people practice. It's pretty much the same response he gave back in 2017. Truly, he is an ally. Yet, despite already admitting to it multiple times, Tommy decides he's going to take his viewers through his Instagram feed to prove once and for all that he doesn't follow any minors. Most of the stuff he shows ends up being trans women, but somehow, despite preparing to make this video, he proves he is, in fact, looking at pictures of minors as well. So he screwed up again, but hey, that's okay, because he soon announced something amazing. He was going to get married, or so he claimed. On Facebook, he met a man named Robert Gulick, and almost immediately, he started waxing poetic about how he found the love of his life, happy how they could use each other in a salutary manner. But who is this man that he fell head over heels over? Robert, as it turns out, is a disabled man that competed in the Paralympics. For this part, Robert just seemed really confused, giving fairly uninvolved answers to Tommy's poetic ramblings. Regardless, Tommy got it in his head that Robert was the love of his life, and he already started working out a plan to meet him. Since Robert lived one state over, Tommy would have to drive, but he didn't have a car. So he made a post where he asked generous donors to give him enough money for a car rental. He also said they would need at least $10,000 to get a car that could handle him and Robert's collective weight. When people questioned whether he was taking things too seriously, too quickly, he dismissed them outright, claiming this was the partnership he had always imagined as a child. At some point, people started claiming that Tommy had a plan to sell off a bunch of Robert's stuff, although I couldn't find any proof of this. Nonetheless, a user on Facebook brought this up to Robert, claiming Tommy was very likely to rob him. The user also exposed Tommy for a few other failings of character, like his habitually messy Asmongold dungeon. Robert took notice, thanking them, at which point the user just kept exposing Tommy. Despite this, the meeting was still planned to happen. Tommy insisted they were getting married, although he refused to share proof of Robert ever proposing. He also casually flirted with Robert, who, again, was accepting the meeting, but it's hard for me to tell if he even understood what was actually happening. Eventually, Tommy found a rental, announcing Robert would have to give him half of $35 a day, to which Robert explained he'd have to liquidate some assets to afford that. D-Day came on the 11th of August. Tommy loaded up his Nissan Frontier, and with a full truckload, he set off to meet his new hubby. Not that that stopped him from posting on Facebook. He even live-streamed so full of glee, you'd swear he was a mentally stable human being. And soon, he finally showed up at Robert's house, giving us all a quick tour. Unsurprisingly, it looks like it hadn't been cleaned since it was originally built. And there was some other trouble in paradise. As soon as Tommy got there, he started complaining about Robert on Facebook, calling him a fussy eater. Across multiple videos, he complains about how his dream man refused to even touch him, and how he was utterly disinterested in any kind of physical contact.
No, I got me some damaged goods, but he's cute. He's so cute. He's like 6'5", and got these huge hands, and I gotta constantly be like telling him, kiss me, hug me, kiss me, because the woman that was here before, the two women that have been here before, didn't let him touch him at all. He recoiled from him when he tried to touch them, and he just doesn't know how to take a woman into his arms anymore, and that's what I was hoping for, but it's cool, because I'm training him. Little by little, he's lightening up. And
in one of these videos, he decides to go through the belongings of Robert's dead wife. He tries on her dresses for the audience, and talks about how he needs to restart Robert's libido and be the true woman of the house. As he's rummaging through her stuff, he finds her old purse.
What we got going on here? Bunch of money.
So, yeah, I guess he did plan to rob him. Nonetheless, his obsession with Robert does appear genuine, as he continues to lament that Robert isn't giving Tommy enough of what he needs. The very next day, this lamenting turned into rage, and the two got into a heated argument. Robert told Tommy to leave the house, and Tommy demanded that Robert pay his half of the rental car, which Rob refused. Tommy then stormed out and spent the whole night flipping out, during which he blamed everything from Robert's innate rage and his trolls of all things, claiming they had driven a wedge between him and Robert. Eventually, Robert himself came out with a statement on the situation. situation. According to him, there was no wedding proposal or anything of the sort, and he was merely trying to put together a musical band. He claimed Tommy had actually called the police during the fateful argument, but that they had sided with Robert instead. He also claimed that Tommy had told him a sob story about his existence, leading to him taking a lot of pity on the guy. Tommy had some choice words in response. He first claimed that the band idea was a total cover, and that Robert had actually proposed to him. He also repeated a claim from the earlier videos, saying that Robert had terrible hygiene, refusing to shower or to stop looking at his phone. Worst of all, he refused to touch Tommy's disco stick because of internalized homophobia. As always, the rant concludes with him promising to sue Robert. He even started contacting Robert's family members, including his granddaughter, to repeat the same claims. The lawsuit never came. Instead, he got put where he should have been for at least the past 5 decades, in a psych ward. Somehow, he was allowed to stream while being interviewed by the police, questioning them for getting him there.
Just so you guys know, fly. I know. I know. Do you think it's credible?
Yes, yes. But as of this point, I don't want to. This is a medical, and I don't want to discuss that with.
Oh, sure. I'm just saying that the whole medical file's been falsified, and that you're being used illegally to do something to me that's unconstitutional.
And I've heard you say that.
Things were relatively quiet for the next few months, during which I assumed Tommy was in the psych ward, until he came back to the forum to share his new love fling, a woman named Brenda. According to Tommy, Brenda was a microbial waste engineer. The way he initially claimed it, it was going to be a working relationship. On A&B, he explained they would be merging their businesses and that Brenda was already creating a shared bank account. Eventually, the two were even supposed to move into the same house, and Tommy made the lofty claim that someone from A&B would give him $10,000 as a retainer for something. So what was his actual plan? As far as I can figure out, he would move to her lot, which was supposedly so massive it could house a massive infrastructure project, building waterworks and gardens to presumably help save the planet or something. Before then, she was supposed to drive out to Tucson from Kansas to meet him, but the plan was delayed as she told him she wouldn't come home until after Christmas. Her stated reason? She was deathly terrified of COVID. If you're starting to see red flags, you might be a normal person, but you're definitely not Tommy. A couple of weeks later, Brenda died mysteriously, and he never heard from her again. Yes, to be clear, he was catfished, and he sent money to a scammer. I don't think he ever really realized that, though. Kind of a dour end to 2020. But with the new year came new opportunities. Tommy was targeted by a particularly outrageous troll going by D. Price, which upset Tommy so much he even made forum posts about it on his own subforum, which didn't really do him any favors. But nothing compares to the shame of losing his business again. This year, he was once again banned from the Gem Show, where he liked to sling his wares.
Last year, you stole from one of the road area?
I don't steal from anywhere.
I have a picture and everything.
Let me see it, because I have never stolen it.
I just want you to get out from here.
I want to see the.
I'll show you the picture of you.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Okay.
I don't steal.
You had it.
I've been doing this show for 30 years, man.
That's fine, I understand that.
Who are you anyway? Are you the owner of this booth?
I'm the owner of the hotel.
You're the owner of the hotel. Are you? Who are you? Let's see this picture.
I'm sure.
I have never stolen anything. Ah ha ha ha. What's going on here? No, it isn't. That is not. That is not. I think we need to have a policeman here.
His complaints didn't amount to much, but he was forced to leave the premises. He returns to his hovel, where he threatens the motel owner with yet another lawsuit. During the live stream, he keeps calling the authorities from the motel, just hoping to get something out of it, and failing. Being increasingly isolated, he became ever more unhinged. In May, he decided to start his own Substack, a website where you can publish articles and get paid. He immediately used it to complain about his trolls. When he's not doing that, he spends thousands of words rambling about transgenderism and his experiences growing up. And when he wasn't doing that, he demanded money instead. That summer, he shared a bunch of not safe for work material on some forum, and people found out that at least some of those pictures may have belonged to underage people. When questioned about a specific person named Corey, who was only 19 at the time of the message being sent, Tommy casually admitted that Corey had been selling him pictures for at least 2 years, meaning they would have been 17 when they started. In the same post, he admitted he'd been following multiple adult stars since before they were adults. With oopsies like that came a lot more trolling, and it was really starting to get to him. Just a week after he exposed himself, he announced that he would be making big changes to his content, planning to put all of his new stuff behind a paywall so that the trolls couldn't make fun of him for free and so that he could earn some extra income. But a few days later, he had a live stream where a nuclear meltdown occurred.
And you, sir, are probably... You need to calm down. Please, call! Call right now! Call right now! You're getting me so mad! I'm gonna... Dude, I might... You better call 911. Call 911. I might tell if you don't stop harassing me, you moron.
Luckily, Tommy's not the kind of guy to cut off a joke before the punchline, and soon he got yet another reason to live. His greatest trolls, including the Sneasel himself, were being investigated by the APS, whatever the APS is, after he himself called them demanding they do so. There's no proof that anything came of this. Even he is not dumb enough to believe that he made a difference forever. Within 10 days, he announced he would never ever get angry at another troll again.
From this point on, I'm really not going to engage it much more than saying, hey man, you believe lies and you're spreading them. And that's really where it's at. There's lastly, saith the old I Ching, the best way to make progress against evil is to make energetic progress in the good. Do the good.
A very allegation.
Yes. And
welcome to my channel.
One day later, and he was already bothering
police
police
on
officers,
stream
leading to
who
this
remove
tasteful
the space
Today, today he posted, I freely admit I am unstable and rich enough to do and get away with this. It will go exactly like I planned because you keep thinking that there will be some sort of introduction. I will get out of my car, walk into your open shovel, and bash you in the face and head until I see red. Max Power could literally give the Tucson police my IP right now. You, Tom, no one is coming to save you. Now take the beating like a man and shut the f up.
Yeah, as it turns out, he wasn't done throwing bile, and the internet wasn't done dishing out as much bile as Tommy. In September, he released a video response to Cammy Doxgirl, who said that LGBT groups should actively reject Tommy from joining due to him being a creep. In the response, he does his usual shtick of threatening a lawsuit and physical violence. But what's more interesting is the in-depth look into his state of mind. He admits he's been on the bottom mentally and physically, and he's unable to sleep due to a sand flea infestation. He's generally pretty low energy here, rambling and not really giving off that typical air of self-importance. But there was some actual reason to cheer. A few days prior to this, his uncle died, and sad as that may be, he was bound to receive a third share of $55,000 in inheritance money after expenses were paid. He immediately committed this money to buying a bunch of gems and buying a few unnecessary things, and then saving whatever was left to eventually get into real estate. Ecstatic, he went into a manic state, in the midst of which he ended up exposing his disco stick on Facebook Live, which was somehow re-uploaded to YouTube uncensored. Obviously, I'm not going to share that here, but it's far more horrifying than you can ever imagine. This wasn't even the first time he was accidentally naked on stream, by the way. There are a ton of videos of him walking around pantsless from at least 2018. Despite being high on life, he was still trying to get the forum taken down, contacting every single law enforcement agency that would take pity on him by picking up the phone. Things continued to spiral from here, as his mother passed away and he barely gave it any attention. He got in an argument over whether his gems were ethically sourced, to which he said that they totally were, but didn't really provide any proof. Although, in fairness, I think whether or not his gems are ethically sourced is probably the least of concerns around his moral character. But as these little bits of drama were coming and going, he got in a whole lot of trouble, as someone named Jimmy promised to come to Tucson and beat him up, with a countdown set to around late December. On the day of, Tommy, the badass who never lands the first strike out of fear of being arrested, is so terrified that he hires a bodyguard. I guess striking first is okay if your bodyguard does it, because he's nowhere near as much of a lethal weapon as Tommy. Luckily for him, the date came and went, and things eventually returned to normal. And just before Christmas Day, he was set to receive his share of the inheritance, which he started recklessly spending instantly, donating to random charities and giving $1,000 to each of his old friends. This was just the start of his spending spree. In early January, he bought a 2007 PT Cruiser, which is widely considered one of the worst cars ever made, and certainly is one of the ugliest, and which which he was immediately planning to trade for either a van or a pickup truck to aid him in transporting his gems. Speaking of gems, he extended an olive branch to the KF community, offering to sell his best pieces to the highest bidder in a sub-forum he created. No one was really impressed by the showing. More importantly, some people began to suspect this was yet another ploy to get personal information in order to contact them, which he's done in the past. While there was no proof he was doing it now, it was a strange coincidence that he released a video calling his lawyer over a supposed invasion of privacy within a few weeks. But then again, maybe he was just feeling generous with the lawyer. He was eager to enjoy his wealth, which may have included upwards of $150,000 from his recently passed mom. It was around this time a short thread was created to provide all the proof of Tommy's PDF tendencies in one spot. It included everything I've already shown before, plus a few more interesting inclusions. Back in 2011, just 5 days after making his account on AMB, he had admitted to lusting after a different 15-year-old when he was in college. At the same time, he also claimed that her mother was lusting over him. The woman had apparently drank half a Smirnoff bottle and was holding the other half in her hand, and she was apparently eager to be with Tommy. He was also eager, but she fell asleep in the middle of it. He doesn't admit to doing much more than touching here, but you never really know with him. This particular story seems to have been memory holed from existence, be it due to a concerted effort from Tommy or just the short attention span of people following him. And in fairness, there's also a lot of other details that are hard to not focus on, so I don't really blame people for forgetting this, but it is an important detail. Honestly though, Tommy being exposed for being creepy is so standard that he didn't even bat an eye. And with all the money he was throwing around, he could finally afford to pay off a jaywalking fine, which he needed in order to register his vehicle. It's somewhat unclear what actually happened to that car. Based on his post on AMB, the engine broke down and he was supposed to receive insurance money for it. In the same post, he said he was already looking to buy a new one, this time a Jeep Patriot. In a later post, he explained what broke the engine on the PT Cruiser was filling it up with contaminated gas, which begs the question of where the hell he was filling it up, as it couldn't have been a regular gas station. But this wasn't even his biggest waste of money. In early February, he announced he was going to take over the Papa River site, which used to host a mineral show, and convert it into an RV resort, which he would call the Ray and Lynn Arriaga Memorial Arts and Entertainment Center. He was very eager with the preparations, already planning to purchase equipment for staff, including Lenovo laptops that will be used for live streaming. The details of how this resort was supposed to operate are kind of murky. Later that month, he planned to buy 1,000 pound worth of herring and lox at $5.50 a pound and $12.50 a pound respectively. And when I say herring, I do mean fish. Since it's not clear whether he was buying 1,000 pounds each or combined, the amount he was paying may have ranged anywhere from $5,500 to $18,000. But why was he buying so much fish? Well, he wanted to open a restaurant, which may have been attached to the RV resort. But within weeks, issues started to crop up. Supposedly, people who promised to invest in the project started ghosting him. Still, the plans continued for some time, as he promised work was being done. By the next week, though, news on the project stopped coming in. By March, he was already dreaming about buying a house instead and turning the front yard into a garden. It turns out the advertisements he was looking at were most likely fake. But at least not all of his investments were nonsensical. In late February, he announced he was going to get a German Shepherd, in between explaining all of his other money sinks, which ranged from sushi to fancy glasses. Thankfully, Tommy was not able to get his German Shepherd in his possession, so he started looking for another dog, which escaped almost as soon as he got it. Why did this dog escape? Well, because he tried to assault it. In keeping with his rich guy persona, he starts pretending that he's under no obligation to pay taxes because, according to him, billionaires don't pay taxes either. He continues to spend money frivolously, getting a makeover and buying a rental car. He's so confident that he starts claiming he'll never go broke again. This declaration made him look kind of silly though, as 6 weeks later, he admitted that 2 of his most important investments had fallen through.
I put money behind promises made to me by several people, and 2 of the key ones have not worked out. I don't want to go into detail about why I had to pull away from Rancho Custer, but that was my own choice when things were just not progressing at all the way I wanted.
This spells the beginning of the end. his supposed friends continue to beg for money, and because he's completely incapable of making good decisions, he just gives it away. But then he found an escape hatch. After proclaiming he had $100,000 in his investment account, he proclaimed he was going to a festival with a very wealthy female artist. He was supposedly going to sell some of his stuff there, although the details of this business deal aren't super transparent. He was even so convinced of his imminent success that he announced he was moving to Denver. This then changed to going west for a festival, which as far as I can tell went nowhere. If you can't tell, Tommy is getting increasingly deranged, his posts are becoming increasingly unhinged. It's hard to tell if or how much of reality he's even in tune with at this point. The whole big money persona started dying down as he went back to his old ways. On A&B, he made a fuss about how he had double-checked his computer to make sure there was no illegal material, and what he found there was just a few clothed images of minors. Since he's dangerously close to being broke again, he started offering to sell herbs that could cause a miscarriage. This was in response to the Supreme Court reversing Roe v. Wade, which removed federal protection for abortions and allowed individual states to have their own abortion policy. But selling these herbs didn't work either, so he tried one last gambit. He arranged with some people in San Diego to use their storage unit to store his stuff, which he presumably planned to sell in the area. For his trouble, he got a ticket for texting and driving. It doesn't seem anything came of his San Diego adventure either. By now, Tommy was in dire straits. He was looking for a new place to live and was third in line for a hovel that he could barely move into. A month later, he bragged about how the Denver venture, which was still ongoing, was going in his favor, as he'd be allowed to show his gems at the Denver show. A day later, he announced how it got all screwed up because he was defrauded on tickets that would get his associate from Zambia into the US.
And here I was the boss, trying to bring one of my associates in from Zambia, coordinating all this other shit, trying to do this rough Freddy, which turned out the total fraud. A bunch of like, what's wrong with you people?
At this point, it seemed like he had finally hit rock bottom. On Facebook, he posted an unhinged religious rant where he basically made himself out to be a mix of a prophet and a martyr. In later posts, he admitted he basically had no friends left and that he had barely any money to keep going, demanding $50 for consultations, whatever that means, and even trying to get paid work in hazardous environments, including a nuclear reactor. But as it turns out, he hadn't given up on everything. The Papa River project was apparently still ongoing. He even announced there would be an opening ceremony sometime towards the end of January. That date came and went, and if something happened, it wasn't documented online, so it's likely it went nowhere. As this chapter of his life came to an end, things sort of just settled down. Well, almost. In February 2023, he was arrested for trespassing. He was released soon after, and he even released a video around this time where he tried to sell his gems while clearly inebriated. Later, in April, he uploaded a video on Facebook where he described how he'd been unjustly nabbed and complained about how he didn't like the drugs he was being forced to take. Sometime in December, he was scheduled to appear in court for the charges, but it seems like they were dismissed soon after. Throughout 2023 and most of 2024, he was pretty quiet, mostly just posting cringe stuff on Facebook. It seemed like he may have actually been trying to get his life together, getting a job as a janitor sometime in September, only to leave it almost immediately. On YouTube, he had stopped all activity, with his last live stream being from April 2023, and the last video being from all the way back in 2022. Across the board, activity decreased quite a bit, and while there are more pages being added, it hasn't been nearly at the same rate as it used to be. Then, finally, on November 4th, 2024, he appeared on A&B again, promising to go online during election night and puke his guts out. On November 6th, he came back to the internet with a live stream. I assume the live stream is from Facebook, as it's not among his YouTube streams. Most of it is about the ongoing presidential election, although, really, it was mostly just him staring blankly at a screen with his tongue out. The promised puking never came, as he just stopped streaming when no one showed up. Shortly after, he came back to the forum, where he gave a breakdown of all that had happened. Apparently, he had been ordered by the court to undergo therapy and was doped up on meds and had gained a lot of weight. As usual, he complained about Sneasel and some other trolls, promising a cash reward to anyone who could give him info that led to their arrest. Despite his complaints, the meds seemed to be working. While he was still delusional enough to think that he could win a civil case against the trolls, his messages were far more measured. Well, for a while, until he started talking about his alien genes and about how his bloodline has been on this planet for about 5,700 years. Since then, things have mostly gone back to normal. In January, Tommy announced his retirement, whatever that means for him. It's not retiring from troll feeding, as he bragged about having a 150 IQ. It's also not retiring from legal threats, as he attempted to file a lawsuit against YouTube over personal injury. The legal filings for the lawsuit are hilarious, by the way, as Tommy demands $20 million in damages for the fact that YouTube allowed Tommy's trolls to have a platform. Honestly, to explore deeper would just be me repeating myself here. You already know what he's getting up to. At some point, he got an eye infection because of a fly infestation, and around the same time, he started talking about cooking fermented food. This has led to him developing a habit of posting his gourmet recipes on Twitter. Apparently, his diet is so bad that it's turned his excrement acidic, which doesn't mesh well with his habit of apparently pooping every time he sneezes. At this point, he periodically leaves the forum to rant on AMD, pretending like he's not reading every post that's ever made about him. He also still releases articles on Substack, spamming them out with the help of Grok. Ironically, he really hates Elon Musk, and not long after paying $250 for it, he demands a refund. This was seemingly because of Tommy's strong pro-Palestinian stance, and he followed it up by demanding that Elon pay him money. At the same time, he was trying to get people to give him money to start a charity, so it might have something to do with that. Most recently, he was seen at a community drum circle. At 70 years old, his behavior hasn't changed a bit, and at this rate, he'll probably be doing this on his deathbed. Tommy Tudor set out to build a legend. The story of a tragic, misunderstood, transdimensional genius, cast out by society for being too enlightened. What he actually built was a monument to failure, a spiraling archive of lies, legal threats, and the kind of confessions that should come with a federal investigation. His life is proof that you can't self-identify your way out of accountability, and that if you scream into the void long enough, eventually the void starts filing police reports. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Guys, I spend way too much money on unhealthy food getting delivered to my house using those apps. Well, I know, it's too expensive. But that's where our sponsor comes in, Huel. These are basically no prep time meals where you can still stay healthy on the go or when you have no time.
Yeah, I've had Huel here in the office for well over a year. It's perfect for when I forget my lunch or just need an extra meal in the middle of the afternoon.
No, yeah, I've been using it as a post-workout meal. It's got 40 grams of protein, so it really helps me recover.
So if you want to save time, save money, and still eat healthy, you can use our code AngryJoeShow below for 15% off your first Huel order. Plus, you'll get a free welcome package. It's got a t-shirt and the shaker, $40 value. That's code AngryJoeShow for 15% off at Huel.com/AngryJoeShow. Having a super busy life should not prevent you from eating healthy. So check out Huel today. Thank you so much to our new sponsors, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Here we are, The Last of Us HBO series, Season 2, this big 2 years later, and I feel like we are on the Titanic with some burning dumpster fires on board.
I don't want it.
And we are about to hit an iceberg, and it is going to be an interesting watch in episode 2. If it does the natural pacing, because it feels like it's intending here, but it's actually going to be so fucking annoying if they drag that, you know, the golf tournament moment out until the end of the fucking last episode. That would piss me off. It probably would let viewers empathize more with what's about to, the other character they've introduced here, Abby, before the tournament. But yeah, I don't know. So I even shouldn't be holding this. This should go to Alex. That's right. I'm about to get killed against Joel. Yeah, I predict. So if you don't know, our previous Last of Us reviews, we overall liked the series. We thought that the casting was excellent. Joel, as Pedro Pascal, does an excellent job. They stuck relatively close to the games. It was a perfect adaptation. Meanwhile, we had other shows like Halo around the same time, just fucking it up. And this was an example of a good one. They made some changes, and most of them were good. However, that was a 10 out of 10 game, which me and Joe rated 10 out of 10. And then the series, some ups and downs, and by the end of the series, I gave it an 8 out of 10. So, really good adaptation. Here we go with The Last of Us Part 2, which famously we did not like as much as the first game for certain choices that Neil Druckmann made, certain themes, whether they were executed well, whether it was pointless, and various executions weren't done so well. So I imagine we're probably not going to, depending on if it stays close to the games, we're probably not going to like it as much as the first season in the first place, because we didn't like the story in the first place. But they do have the opportunity to make improvements. But Neil Druckmann is stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Because he doesn't want to change things, because then that would give the haters fuel and it would make the defenders look like idiots. So he's really kind of stuck. So I don't imagine that they're going to make a bunch of radical changes.
I don't think so.
Like, a certain character just, a completely different story. I don't think that's happening. We're getting what we got in the video game.
Yeah.
And I predict that casual viewers of this show will start to hate this as much as gamers did. With a few exceptions, of course. There are even a few gamers who, think that this is the smartest piece of media we've ever had and made until now.
There were horrible defenders of the show, but there were also, this is a tough thing to discuss, because like any contentious piece of media, because there were people that hated it because they're, and I'm not saying everyone who hated it's a piece of shit, but there were pieces of shit that hated it because they, because they're, whatever the ists. And there were people that defended it because they always go against those things, and I think the truth here just kind of lies in that.
Yeah, and it's also difficult to critique, be a critic in this season, especially for the live-action adaptation, because there are, like that crowd, people who hate the show just simply for Ellie's physical appearance, and they say some of the meanest shit I've seen online.
Yeah,
it's disgusting. And so when we criticize, Ellie or Ellie's performance, or, the actress's performance, I just want to make clear that we don't stand with any of those people, because unfortunately I am having problems with this version of Ellie, Bella Ramsey. I don't think this is working quite as well as she did for season 1, because I think she did a fantastic, the spunky, the in your face, the brash, the spoiled kind of thing.
Yeah, now it's just
works for Ellie. This is supposed to be 5 years later. She's supposed to have grown into a woman. Her character model is almost completely different. She's bigger, taller, stronger, kind of more dour, relaxed, and none of that is the case here. Bella Ramsey doesn't look like she's aged at all. She still looks like she's 14 to me. And certain scenes happen in this that I am just not buying whatsoever. At one point, she's fighting this huge grown man,
Giant
and
dude.
I am laughing. It's not good. And considering what the transformation of Ellie is supposed to happen in fucking Murder Ninja, okay, she goes crazy. I don't think I'm going to buy it quite as much. Especially when it comes to, the hospital bit what she encounters in the hospital bit. That is going to look hilarious. Bella Ramsey going up with what happens in the hospital, right, Joe? And then Murder Ninja versus Big Beefy. Alex is just jacked.
She's not, though.
Abby.
Well, we don't know. We haven't seen her yet.
Okay, so that's true. A lot of criticism I've already seen online is they couldn't pay Caitlin Denver enough to bulk up. They couldn't feed her enough testosterone and growth hormones. And she said, no, I'm not doing it. Showing how comically oversized Abby was in the
How
video game.
fucking dare you?
Which we enjoyed.
We
fucking
loved
enjoyed
it.
Abby has
We're
the best
punching
gameplay.
heads. We're punching poop.
It's just like one-shotting zombies with
It
a
was
fist.
fucking great gameplay.
But no, Alex is right. A lot of these people typing those comments, you're telling on yourself. You must not have played the game or paid attention, because when Abby discovers that her father is dead, she's not bulked up. She's skinny. And it's over the course.
She just starts
of the
juicing.
next
5
fight,
years
like,
later,
she becomes
yeah.
obsessed.
Yes.
She's just jacked. But still, it's still unrealistic, because I don't think you can get that big and that jacked over that amount
Not
of
in
time.
the apocalypse.
At least not
You
the
need
way
more
she was in
protein.
the
Not when
video
we're rationing.
game.
Not when we're rationing food. It takes a lot to be big.
Everyone's all scrawny. and she's all huge. She's like, it's all mine.
That was one of my
Give me your
favorite
burrito.
parts, but, it's already confirmed that this series has been split or has been stretched out essentially. Whereas season 1
make that
was
money.
right exactly for
For
HBO.
HBO,
They're like,
for
how
HBO.
many can we get out of this? Well, we're getting 7 episodes. I imagine that it's probably been a season cut in 2. I think I'm gonna guesstimate 14 total. Like the next season gonna be 7, maybe even less, 6 or something. Season 3, and I find that just annoying.
And then, and then it ends. We're not getting any more unless they are splitting the second game into 3 seasons, because the show leads like, I'm not going beyond the video games, period.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of have a little bit of problems with the casting, because Caitlin Denver looks like an Ellie to me. She looks like she would have been perfect for Ellie in season 1. And then there's an actress out there from Love Lies Bleeding. And I think she was also in the Star Wars, one of the Star Wars. Katie O'Brien. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, she got kind of short hair.
Yeah,
and she's bulked up. It's like, dude, that would have been the perfect freaking, Abby. But for whatever reason, they went with Caitlin Denver, which just emphasizes how, Ellie doesn't look like Ellie, especially this version, a more grown-up Ellie. So there's a lot of problems there. But before I go on and kind of give my overall opinion, let's hear from the boys. What did you think of episode 1 of season 2?
Episode 1, I still like it. It's this was a pretty good. It still holds up with the cinematography. I love it. The sets is great. Joel is great. I fucking love Joel. But I am worried again. Ellie is kind of being a little over the top sometimes. And I don't know if they're going to be... I want to be optimistic. Because you're saying they're going to stretch it out?
Yeah.
But I just feel like there's going to be a lot of fillers, a lot of stuff I don't care about, especially if, like, Ellie has to carry the show. I started noticing, like, in the first season, like, I don't
She
kind of want
is
this.
going to have to carry the job.
Yeah,
At
we are
some
gonna,
point.
yeah, we're going to have to get some flashbacks, I know that, but other than that, I think this is going to be a lower score.
I think there's some really great scenes here. I think that so many people that are involved with it, like as actors, have done a killer job. Anything with Pedro Pascal is great. I like Tommy. Adina is wonderful. I was like, hey, what I really like this character. This is going to be really interesting.
Adina in the show more than the game.
Yeah, and that was actually one of the problems I had with it, because in the game I didn't feel that there was long segments where it's just Ellie and Dina, and I was like, this isn't as good as the dialogue between Ellie and Joel, and it didn't endear me to these characters. This Dina I like immediately, so I think they've done a good job there.
You know, she's in Superman. Of course I know that. Oh. She's the hot girl. The hot girl in Superman.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I think that there's some things here. I think they are playing the Ellie character a little over the top. Like, look how brash I am. It's like if we're just catching up the audience, and this is the only time that we do it, but like when they're playing with like super serious situations where it's like, hey, you keep going on your own, no one knows that you're immune, like Stop it. You are endangering everyone who lives here. This is a super... We're talking about leaving refugees out, like, and you're threatening everything here just because you want to be brash. Like, there can't be no consequences for her all the time.
I almost feel like this is they just said be the same as you
Exactly.
were in
So
season
it's like I wanted there to be a little bit more consequence. But I mean,
Yeah.
look, we're trying to judge the show based on the first one, and so just on the first one, I think that there's some stuff that works. But I'm worried about a lot of stuff that is coming later because we played the games and we know.
Yeah.
And so things have to evolve.
I'm a little more negative. I don't think this works quite as well. Alex has mentioned it before. Pretty much, I mean, almost every single time these things happen in a bad way. When you change something, it has to be for the better.
Yeah.
Especially when it's done at the excellent level that it was done in the past. And I think pretty much every single change here was either annoying, nonsensical, or worse than the previous one. They've replaced an amazing scene between, you know, Joel and his brother with a fucking therapist scene in the apocalypse, which I hated. You got...
I love that actress, though.
I
but,
love
yeah.
that actress. Yeah, Home Alone lady. No, but she's a great actress, and she really sells the scene. And I'm saying, as far as acting goes, she did her job. But I hate the scene. I don't feel like Joel is the therapy type. And in it, he's talking weird. He's like, yeah, I'm a good guy. It's like, I don't think even Joel would even say that he believes he's a good guy just so outright.
Looks up to me, makes me feel like I'm a good guy, which I am. See, Dina understands me. Like she's my kid or something.
And then he goes to therapy to the woman who is the wife of somebody he killed.
Eugene. I was like, I had to look it up.
Stupid.
I was like, who?
Right, yeah. It's like, who is Eugene? And I think a lot of people will be lost with this. Eugene was a really small, tiny part of the game. I think what it was is he was one of the example of a person that just passed away naturally. So the chain, and they were, I think it was Dina and Ellie that were talking about it. It's like, man, we can't wait to grow old and die like Eugene instead of dying horribly to these fucking apocalypse creatures out there. And I think that was important. And you're taking that and you're butchering it, and now you're giving more reasons. And all of this is clearly done to have more reasons to hate on Joel because of what's going to happen in the future. Joel is... Apparently he kills her husband, and she's like, it's the way that you did it, and it's like, and more deriding
She understood
Joel.
why it needed to be done, though.
She did say that, but she's just mad at the way he does it. And if we're talking Jackson, and he's been doing this, and he's in this position of power, there's no way he just murdered a man. So it has to be that her husband became
infected or something.
Got an infect.
I am optimistic about this because the one thing that I wanted from this season of television is there was a lot of gray area in the first game, and one of the reasons why it didn't gel for me in the second game is they didn't leave things in the gray area. They were very definitive about like who the bad guy and who the good guy was.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's accurate because yes, Joel killed a doctor. The doctor was going to kill an unconscious, non-consenting girl for the chance. Now, Neil has come out years later like an asshole and said, and Neil has said, "Oh, it would have cured the whole world." Well,
no,
it would have made a cure. They wouldn't have shared with anybody. They still would have been at war with everyone.
He's trying to
he tried to retroact, but like this doctor didn't think he was. And we, as the player, you go through it and you're like, "Oh, he's killed other people before." And they didn't have a cure. They probably don't have the ability to manufacture a cure. So the gray area is wonderful. Like it's a great scene, and like there's like Abby absolutely deserves to be pissed that her father was killed.
Sure.
But at the same time, as like
Joel had a reason.
Joel had a reason, and I think it's really appropriate if he's sitting down in therapy. It's a way to clue people in who didn't play the video game to let them know about the gray area. He gets to be like, he was going to kill her. She didn't agree to this. I didn't agree to this. And they get to have that conversation. And otherwise, we just leave it like they did in the video game where Joel gets yelled at by Ellie, sits there, doesn't defend himself, and then dies.
No, so I think the opposite, because the scene that this therapist scene replaces, it's the exact same setup. He says the exact same thing at the end. I saved her. You know, and he gets that conviction after thinking about it and realizing it for a while. But he does that with characters that we care about, his brother, and that relationship
Yeah, I
is
would
so
have liked
much
that
stronger.
too as well with Tommy,
They've
because like
replaced
what
it
happens
with a
next or whatever
therapist.
have more
And then
weight
just
to
more
it.
criticism on top of Joel in order to try to retroactively say, oh, well, it isn't that great. It's more towards this side, and maybe Joel's a bad guy, and he's a bad
He's
influence
never
on
a bad
Ellie.
guy.
He deserves to die. It's like, fucking shut the fuck
Yeah.
up. And that's what we hate about that. And then another thing is the fucking whole episode is called Future Days. Now, this is another beautiful moment in the game, and it really sets the tone of the relationship and deepens the sadness of their relationship where they're not talking to each other because there's a flashback. If I'm remembering right, a flashback before that where Joel comes in and he's giving her the guitar and he's playing a song, I think Pearl Jam song, something like that. And it's this song with lyrics that really, really apply resonates, it applies to the relationship. And I'm just hoping to God that for whatever reason, like maybe they're just going to do it in a flashback. It's still coming. You know, but to name this episode Future Days and not have them play Future Days in the song to establish that sadness, and then getting the guitar and the reason why she has the guitar and wants to learn how to play guitar because of Joel is a huge missed opportunity, which now in my head almost confirms that episode 2 is not what we think it's going to be. That's not the golf tournament episode.
No.
It's going to be way more building up until the end to try to set that up, which sucks because it's going to be annoying, but whatever. And then I think there's more, and we'll get to. I think they've done the dance scene perfectly.
Yeah.
That was a great recreation of the game. Wonderful. So for me, ups and downs. Bella, I hate to start to agree with some people that were already hating with her in season 1, but I'm finding different criticisms than those. I want to make that clear. I do think it's becoming a problem now. And I guess once the moment happens, then that's when the TV version of Bella is going to essentially turn into the video game version of Ellie. But we'll see. So let's go ahead and give our final verdicts for this episode, the premiere of Season 2, Titanic.
I like it. I'm going to go with the 7. There's some things that, like we discussed already, didn't really work. Bella is... I'm hoping she'll change later. I'm liking the performances by Pedro. Great stuff.
Dykes.
I'm hoping this season...
Welcome to my channel.
Oh, yes. So that was a problem. I
Yeah.
went back and watched our previous reviews. We felt like the Infected were not enough.
Exactly.
Especially for $10 million an episode.
And that suit that they wasted.
Yeah. I did
so
like
much
the
money
Stalker
on.
here. We'll get into it in
Yes.
spoilers. The Stalker was amazing. I even love the fucking Cordyceps almost having a life of its own. It's just so cool. So more of that. I'm glad that it was here. That's why I'm going to give this episode credit, but we want to maintain
Yeah,
that.
I want to exactly. I want to continue that. And just whenever we get to Abby, I hope we don't focus more on that stuff and then not the Infected.
Yeah. One more, I'm jumping real quick here because I forgot to mention it. One more change that I don't like, and I know they do this for the TV, but if you're going to drag this out, which I already know you're going to drag it out, I don't think I don't think it's in episode 2. They're going to drag this out. Don't order it like this. You just removed all of the fucking tension by all the audience already knows why Abby wants to kill, you know, Joel. And it's so weird, too. Like, the characters, I felt like I was watching a CW show initially. They're so clean. They're so, like, you know, teenager hot, whatever. It's like, it was weird. It was like, am I watching The Last of Us? Why are they so clean? They're not dirty. They're part of the Fireflies. They have all this, whatever. But I felt like that kind of ruined it. We needed to keep her reasons kind of ambiguous and then have that big emotional reveal and do that and kind of string along. But no, they just kind of, they're just like explaining everything to the audience. And it gets kind of annoying. It removes some of that nuance and that inferring and the audience kind of doing some thinking. It's all done for them. So I thought that also hurt it as well. Alex?
I like parts of it. I think I like the kind of the grocery store thing. I love that we're getting with the Infected, kind of leading with it, though I don't like... there's something off for me when I'm watching these scenes about these two girls breaking in there and just kind of being so cavalier about something
that
is so
was
weird.
another thing.
And it's just like...
It was kind of awkward when they fought.
Yeah, and it's like there's 6 there's 6 infected killing a bear, and they're like, oh my god, how dangerous is this thing? And then they're kind of, I get that Ellie thinks that she's indestructible, and she has this whole thing where she doesn't necessarily care, and she's not quite suicidal, but it's not super far off from that. But it's like, I would expect at least Dina to be like, what are you doing? This is dangerous.
Yes.
And so like Dina was kind of along for the ride. So I think some of the tone is kind of weird. But overall, I think it's definitely above average. It was a little slow. I think we're setting some things up and we're making some changes. But I think it's an above average season premiere. But I don't know. I have a lot of things that I'm potentially worried about that I'm trying not to take out on this specific episode.
What did you give it?
A 6.
Golf club. That is actually my score as well. And that's kind of low for me because I've been given this series 9s and 10s in season 1, so slightly above average. A lot of things missing, and is not. I didn't think it was quite as well executed. Plus, I'm not a big fan of this particular story. Anyway, 6 out of 10 for the opening. We'll see in episode 2. Do we get, or are they going to drag it out? Predictions. Joe, are they going to drag it out? What episode? Episode 3?
Yes.
Alex, what episode? Remember, there's 7.
4.
4?
Damn.
Okay. I want it 2. I know it's not going to be 2. I'm going to say episode, you said 3,
They still
4.
got a ways to go. She saw the place.
And there's still tons of flashbacks and stuff for next season too. So
6. I'm gonna go 6. I just feel
Ain't no
like,
way.
why split this into 2 seasons? There has to be this huge emotional break. It's 6 or 7. It's goddamn 6 or 7.
I'm just gonna be
I
like,
will
do it
respect
already.
them. I'll
Jesus
respect them
Christ.
a little bit more if they get it done in episode 2. But all right. So for all those particular reasons, and yeah, here we go. And it's time to go to the golf tournament. We shall see.
Yep.
Okay. If you want to stick around for the episode breakdown and the spoilers, extra spoilers, then stick around. If not, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you, and see you on the next Angry Joe Show.
If I were to lose you, I'd surely lose myself. I'll days of
Hey guys, welcome to the spoiler section. You asked for it. The game has been out for like a fucking decade. Joel is going to be murdered by Abby. Abby is going to get fucking jacked. She's going to be bigger than Alex.
She's not going to get jacked.
She is.
She said.
So you think they already said it? The actress is like, nah, I'm not getting jacked.
Yeah,
that
Robert,
sucks.
like probably in shape, but not going to be huge.
So that means that her boyfriend
CGI
or
some muscles.
her crew is going to beat up Joe 4, and then she's going to take it out on him when he's helpless. That fucking sucks. Even more. I would hate that even more than just big old, these arms, and you just get your cabeza explodes. And, if you're a zombie. Anyways, okay, so we get the recap. We get some giraffes, teasing into season 1 stuff, and then we get introduced to Abby, and she's like, she's not jacked, and people are like, this is so stupid. It's like, yeah, but wait to see what they do with her
That
in
was her
5 years.
5 years, yeah.
If they put some CGI muscles on her, then we can laugh at it. If they don't, then we can laugh at it because he put himself in a corner. It's just not realistic in this.
It's going to be so unbelievable because, again, like the new Captain America, that Black Widow is 4 feet tall. She's like fighting these dudes in the hallways. Like,
and we found it
Come on.
ridiculous.
It
And
looks
that's
so
why I
on.
found Ellie here about to do some of these things.
Yeah.
But I want, don't you fuck, Neil Druckmann, don't you fucking.
sad. like. I guess that one's nowhere.
Benjamin.
Oh, wow.
Welcome to my channel.
Hello, hello.
Hey dude.
Look. Dead people. The fuck is this spot?
How is the streaming?
Good, I guess. This is my side hustle. My main job is making tortillas. Nice little tasty tortillas. Predator woman. Great. That's a fucking great. This is my, as I said, fun side activity. Other than that...
Why are you not affiliated yet?
Because I'm not interested.
Benjamin.
Thanks
for following.
Thanks for all of that and kind words, but I'm not really into that shite. Into this building. Like spikes. This. Može. Uzeo sam tanjir supe, ali ako ćeš burek uzmeš slobodno. Hvala. So what is your profession? Are you a digital artist, perhaps? Is that your gig?
That's your challenges so far in streaming.
I don't know. Like lead normal human conversation with regular humans, not with digital artists or slave peddlers. With slave peddlers, I mean the people that are trying to sell you like yeah, viewers. Which probably isn't real people, but still I call them, you know, slave peddlers. Sure.
Why do you have a low viability on your channel?
Not even trying. I would have tell you, don't even bother with it. Don't even bother. Because this is not my primary source of incomes. Does that make things clear? Bicycle, won't you ride my bicycle? To ride my bicycle, bicycle, bicycle. That's kind of what I wanted to do. Now. $100 points isn't bad.
Oh.
Ugh. Boom. Close. Close. Solid. Yeah, the money isn't really issue. It's the XP. Is it like 20,000 XP? Yeah. 20,000. Boom. All in one go. There's a third team. Mech. Nope. Yeah, I can see. Why is this the case? se zove ono čudo? What was the name of the shit? I can do it. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Bam. There is no line of sight. Okay. Ovo je show program.
O,
Znam ovo sam raperi.
jeste bre, dobro jutro, Hristos Voskresek, i
A ti si mi poslao poruku, aj Discord, da? Hvala, nema ništa.
Jebate Snake, gledam ovog streamera,
Milana misliš? Ja ga Milan streamer. Ja gledam ovog streamera,
i onog svega što Call of Duty Warzone igra, što čekam
da?
Čovjek postavio stream upaljen 20 sati, pustio neki snimak, a u brate pozadini uništena soba, on spava bre na krevet.
A to je to.
Mega se stream, već.
To je to.
I to.
To je video stream,
Ne nego, ako nemaš šta da... Zavisi koliko te briga za stvari, da postavljam, ono tako da kažem.
Pa da. Mi Buba leti ovdje. Alo, Buba Koreli!
Buba Marel.
Buba mi je tvoj...
Buba Muđi.
Buba Muđi, kući.
Bio sam bossa sa 50 HP.
O, bravo, kako?
Trčao u krug i pucao Winchesterkom. Znači, uzeo sam free huntera s 50 HP.
Uje, volite.
I to bučera je. Samo me jednom udario i ono, malo nagoreo. Da kažemo tako.
Da.
Da.
To, znači, lagano si sjebao bossa.
Zapravo sam teo da ono imaš da štrikiraš, da nađeš 8 puta boss lair. Ne da sam našao boss lair, nego sam našao odmah bučera. I rekao, ajde kad sam već na mapi, rekao, ajde da ga ubijem. I rekao, imam Winchester kod da probam. A ja ono pucam, znači trčao sam u krug, pucao i reloadovao. I to je to bilo. Niko nije došao, ga nisam ubio, nevjerojatno. Obično se spomne neko pored tebe, ovog puta niko.
Ekstra,
Ludilo mozga.
Kaj si prešao ti Battle Pass?
30 level, 31 mi treba 150 XP. A dobro, to bit će. Neće.
To je to, ostao ti samo jedan tab, šta?
A imam još 12, ne 13 dana, to ti je svaki dan po pola levela.
To je pičkin dim.
Koliko još traje?
13 dana. Da, više nego dovoljno. Ja mislim da će ga oni produžiti. Zbog ovih Xbox usera. Ne znam.
Zašto mi dođe da ga instaliram na Xboxu, da im znaš to liči?
Matchmaking? Pa imat ćeš novi matchmaking, nije isti kao sa Steamom. Probaj pa vidi.
A će moći da se meša sa Steam igračima?
Kao što rekoh, ima drugačiju bazu igrača. Drugačiji matchmaking, ti ćeš ih vratno
da piše sad igračima, piše iznad glave Steam. Će pretpostavljam da će pisati Xbox ako...
Hoće kad budeš igrao na Xboxu, da.
Hoće biti isto kao Call of Duty.
Nemaš cross platform, da igraš Xbox igrač protiv PC igrača, Steam igrača. To nema.
Mislim da nema, a?
Ne, nema. Čitao sam bio poseban matchmaking. Ti ćeš to vjerojatno izdominirati, to ti je kao da smurfuješ. Pošto ti igra džabe, ništa te ne košta.
It's a smurf.
To je samo nerviousno, ne morao pređem onaj tutorial, to...
Ma ni ne moraš, možda ga skipuješ koliko ja znam.
Ja mislim da sad možeš da ga skipuješ.
No, može.
A pre si bio u obavezi da ga pređeš, dok oni to nisu sredili.
Who cares?
Lako karaće, who cares?
Čekam da brat donese, rekao je da ide po burek. Nisam ga poslao po burek, rekao je da ide po burek.
Čimo? Ili Čimo?
Ne znam ko je taj Čimo.
Čimo?
Da, možda si ima.
Milan bi ti doneo, drage volje.
Milan bi mi doneo...
Donao bi mu, da ne kažem šta.
Regbu.
Eno ga igra Han Solo, a meče.
Opet solira.
Solista?
Igra solo, solista, terorista.
Ajde, solista.
Solo. Milan?
I u redu.
Solistan?
Hey, Mr. Policeman. Get up, don't stop the party. Go play Call of Duty.
Call of Duty?
Yes. Aj kupi Call of Duty.
Odbijem.
A?
Nije problem igra, rekao sam ti, problem veličine instalacije.
Da, imaš onako mjesta svakako.
Jok.
Igramo zombije, bre, ti ja. Levelujem.
Enjoy yourself.
Okej.
Hvala ti. Ne znam kako ti kažem, hvala ti.
Za šta hvala?
Na ponudi.
Da si uradio. Ako je ponudi, pa ne kupujem ti ja igru, kupiš ti.
Znam, ali rekao sam ti da smanje veličinu instalacije, to je to.
I onda ćemo da pričamo.
Da ne moram da instaliram, recimo kao što sam rekao, ti si prešao kampanju, ako si igrao kampanju.
Jes, ali nisam je prešao.
Dobro, šta će ti sad na hard disku, kad je ne igraš?
Mora zbog ovih tekstura mapa.
Mora, zato što nisu optimizovali igru, razumeš, da imaš taj neki share pack, da imaš posebno fajlove za, razumeš, kampanju, vjerojatno imaš neke...
Jebi ga, tako je, bre.
Znam, ali ja ti pričam. Kad je već igra toliko velika, tada optimizuju da ljudi koji neće da igraju kampanju, da su se prešli, mogu samo da je antikuju, tap neće. Boli me kurac. Ko neće da igra zombije, ne mora, razumeš, da ima te mape, teksture, oružja.
Ne. Tačno, razumem te ja skroz.
Ja sve sebe razumem, samo ono.
Samo njih ne razumeš. Snajperi, jevat.
Izbace novi eventi, nove skinove u Black Opsu 6, moraš da updateš Modern Warfare 2.
Store, zbog jevenog stora.
5 GB skida. Za Modern Warfare 2, igra koja nema beta, nema ništa novo, nema.
Nema support nikako.
Zbog skinova moram da skinati. Znači, izletao je iz hard diska na glavač. A teo sam da igram pomalo ono, DMZ ono, od zebanci.
Ja.
Prošli put si izgubio 2 sata, ono, bilo mi ono... Dobar trade, ono. Ali...
Šta ima Rizvo?
Risto. Welcome to my channel.
My computer has a virus. Indija. Toliko im je loša.
Ne viči, šta je? Šta uliče? Znači neću šta mi misliš, šta hoćeš u mene? Šta hoćeš?
Sei que começar a jogar, sei que começar a jogar, como é que está com
Ajde jebala snajper bre! Pa ću vam mamu. Ej. Ej. Ej.
Ma che cazzo fosse?
Uši, kurac! Jebe mi ti mamicu. Kući.
Emily Watson. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost hello. Basically I am an paid artist who do custom art stuffs for different streamers, and if YDM I wanna make some arts for your channel as well.
Jel ugašen aparat, ovaj aparat da mu ne ode baterija samo? Eto to, znači mogu da zaključam kola. Eto, kaži mi jel ti radi ovo što ti ovaj dao, ja ga...
So can you give me your Discord or Insta something I'll add you and DM you my portfolio s.
Ajde užaj pa se čujemo je. Ništa, ćao.
This is my Discord username Emily Watson.
Okej.
Alo.
1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1.
Zdravo Dragana, što ima?
Što se radi?
O nešto. Ja se svima nešto završava.
Jesi? Ima već sad pun kurac naroda, a? Ableh. Rekao ima već sad pun kurac naroda, a? Ma minimum. To još. Evo Peđa tu, da bacimo koju.
Peđa je bio tu. A gdje je sad? Dobro pitanje.
Ja, jes, da. Mislim da i meni rekao, da.
Ide da radi nešto, ne?
Ne, nego da je obrisao Hunt Peđa.
Jesmo.
Sinoć, da. Mada pitao sam ga bio zašto to radiš.
Si obrisa Hunt, jel Džap?
Jesam.
A to si radio da ne bi došao u iskušenje, onda kaže obrisao sam ga. Kako je to lukavo radio.
Da.
On kaže nemam ga. Ja kažem imam ga, ali neću.
Obrisao sam keću, koji će mi bolje igram Call of Duty ili nešto drugo.
Igrate kao Toma i Boris, duo se. To je totalni haos.
Realno, da.
Mi smo igrali 2-3 godine samo duo se. Samo...
A ovi Black piča i danas pun gaz, misli.
Ko bre piči pun gaz?
A vode, brate,
Kolegi
što
njihove.
ima non stop vade vodu.
Ali kako vi ne radite? Vi ste se glasali da se ne radi, ne? Što da ne?
Pa to. A sve vi je plaćeno.
Pa dobro, ja sam mislio da Milan voli ekstra dinar, da mu kažu 220% zarada i doći. Ne.
Radite li vi danas, ne?
Da. Radim danas.
Čaša.
I onda sam slobodan utorak i sredu. Aha. Genijalno. Gdje ćeš bolje, Kesić? Zadnji radni dan mi je bio četvrtak. Petak, subota, nedelja, ponedjeljak. Danas radim, utorak sam slobodan. Skoro nedelju, da.
Lagano.
A, da. Sve plaćeno. Da, svaki ovaj dan ti je plaćen, inače. A lažem, nije plaćena, čini mi se, kako ti je plaćena? Da, pa kao što mi pada slobodan dan i praznike, meni, da sam recimo bio na... Slušaj, niko ne radi u firmi, čini mi se, nije radio ni u petak, ni subotu, nedelju.
Jedino portir.
No, njemu je plaćen ekstra.
Misliš da ima ekstra dnevnicu?
Pa ima. Što je u firmu to vreme. A i on ima slobodan dan. Tebo bi da ima slobodan dan kao praznik, ali... A mora neko da čuva.
Ali nema smisla bez portira.
A ne možeš ostaviti toliko zgradurinu zaključanu, kapiraš. Ako ti si na odmoru, lopovi nisu, na primjer.
Si bio do Urbasa, Bleh, nisi?
Evo, gledaj ga gdje se krije ono žbunje ispod onoga watermilla.
Jel ga pratiš na streamu?
Gledam ga šta radi. Krije se u žbunje, to ti je ono žbunje kesiju koje se derenderuje posle 100 metara, znaš. Kad pogledaš na ove daljine, ma kak.
Ako imaš low quality.
Ma da odeš u ADS, čovjek čuči i uništi.
Šta igraš ti, zapravo?
Ništa, čekam da vidim Snake da li hoće Remnant 2 ili Dark Tide.
Hoću, daj mi 5 minuta. Ja sam malo pred sa bratom nešto radio u dvorištu.
Šta radi Simo, nije na posao,
Ne, ima i on, ono, kao slobodno vreme, da kažem.
Aha.
Ovo je krca, be. Taj čovjek je lud.
Dobra fora da uzmeš svaki meč 16 pojena sa slobodnim blocima, ali ovo ne bi ni ja radio.
Nemaš metko. Ao, za malo da ga promašiš, znaš.
Oooo. Je kila. Što se čini?
Ne znam, ja mislim da ni Makić ne radi danas, znaš. Trebalo bi njega obrnuti.
Makić je 100 milion. Trebalo bi samo da ga cimnete.
Pa to. Trebalo bi obrnuti čovjek. Aj. Reci, evo smo u lobiju. Šta kaže Makić?
Što budala.
Nis. Ne. Nemanja. Subota. A koliko je za 1. maj imao? 1. i 2. a? Lagan. Yes. A ne, ako onda osjeti da si mek, onda si najbolj.
Kako misliš mek?
Prijatno doviđenja.
Prijatno goodbye.
Čar. Pošalji makić ovaj.
Šta?
Pravila su njihova pravila, jebi ga sad ti. Odmah,
Da, Makić.
Gdje si Makić?
Ne može.
Prethodne poslove, butik i Gazela Comics i sve ono radio i subotom i ono nedeljama sad ovdje, brate, ni jedan put ono da radim vikend, ove brate, klanja. I prođe mi nedelja brzo. Da, a što ono, najde, ja se odmah sve se plaću, ona firma, ne radi ništa. Privatnici su smrt, brate. A dobro, ali naslonjeni, pa to, pa čekaj, pa i ovi su moji privatnici, ali ne razumeš, ne radi se nešto nijedan, koje se poštuje. A imaš ti neke privatnike koji, nema posla, sad ću da ti
Sad ćemo da čiskamo.
Sad ćemo da radimo iz
Sad ćeš ti Peđa da uzmeš ovaj orman, da prebaciš u drugu sobu i onda ćeš ovo da odvučeš tamo, čemu doprinosi šta je point ovdje.
zbog gazda. Da postavlja trik, znam ja vratno ljudi. Vaše super testi i ovo ono, pa super su to šta će gazda.
Jebo. Ne čujem ništa.
Milane, teško je vrati. Čuješ Milane? Teško je šefovati, vrati, treba ti mozak da ti radi za sve, vrati. Radnik je ovama tamo i onda se čovjek ono uplaši i onda radi nešto što ne treba. Ovo je najgore, vrati, bukvalno, znaš si budeš šef.
Ovo je jedan.
Vrati, preću biti fizikalac ovako, vrati, nego da ja šefujem neko. Idu piču materinu, da butam, vrati, lekove su i u kurvi.
Jedan je tu negdje na pin.
Drugi je ovdje.
Sad ću doći jedan da pokušam cigaru.
Daleko mi.
Nikako.
Moguće, ne znam. Mogu dobaci do njegovog ruku.
Nema veze.
Headshot. Jedan pao. I pao je ovdje. Tu.
Levo čovjek, Milan, pazi.
Jedan me puca desno. Bravo.
To je ostalo.
Čekaj.
Taj je gotov. Bravo, Kesi. Taj ima malo kill.
Kako se dobijaju ljudi, vato moja.
Pazi.
dobro je.
I ugasio me Milan prvi.
Bez municije ostoje. A ovog prvog što sam headao, pa to je bilo jedno blizu 100 metara sa nagan karabinom. Da te neće žica.
Sam li bio dobar?
Pa će nas druga ekipa rešiti.
Ja sam tu sad.
Jes vidio kako se igra? Jes vidio kako se igra? Ja mu bežim, na distancu mu bežim. Jes vidio ono? Kako mu ne dam?
Misliš jurite okolo shotgunom, šta?
Ide čovjek shotgunom, sve hoće da mi dođe na shotgun, a ja mu bežim.
Milan broj 2.
Halo?
Tu su sva trojice.
Evo ti ovdje malo ovaj... Ovaj me ubio, ova luz mala.
Da, mi se tu spavljamo.
Još 3 minuta, 4.
Ništa, znači, ovaj najvjerojatnije solo ovaj boss. Ovaj kasu ovdje. Možeš vratiti ovdje.
Koji je perk?
Koji je perk?
Ubija mitke, da.
Mora tu boss biti. Jebo moja mater. Znači na fortu. I biju ga. Čuo sam tamo neko pucao. Bio sam ubeđen da je ovdje. Ne znam, vidjet ćemo sad. Ovo nije sad bilo, ali... Mislim da se to radi.
Nek uzim.
Ja bez municije. Beli.
Mi ne smo 6 metara. Znam da kako sam mi dobio headshot.
A vidiš kako se pametno, kako se može pametno odigrati. Samo moraš, ono, jebi ga, moraš gledati.
Uvijek može pametno se odigrati.
A pazi, fazon je u tome kad si pod tenzijom ne možeš ni da razmišljaš, znaš, kad si pod pritiskom.
Ovo je tako je.
A on je imao dali mali shotgun i mali double barrel i onaj silencer.
Ne, imao je ona, jeste, crack silencer, tako je.
Onda te vio tu.
I hitovo me s tim, to me s tim. I onda je krenuo kao shotgunom da me rafa, ali druže, nisam ja ovce.
Ja. Imam burkijer, jebi ga. Ovdje imam i auto. Ovdje imam pregled.
A ne bi trebalo ovdje niko mi da dođe. Ovi trenutno nisu uzeli bounty, što znači da najvjerojatnije stižu ovdje. Ne. Makaki. Ne verujem.
Postoji ta vjerovatnoća, ali se
Mnogo je manja vjerovatnoća nego da su krenuli na nas. Eno, pucaju gore.
meni je prosto malo kopija, ali znam šta je, malo sam pastu stavio. Stigla mi je ova grizzly, a mrzim.
Šta je ovo, samo jedan dom tu uzeo.
Ima i ovdje jedan. Evo ovdje imam ja dinamice, ću baciti.
Ali mislim da sam onog skenjao za ceo život, brate. Ubio sam ga, Snake sa Nagant karabinom.
Da?
Sa Nagant karabinom, sigurno 100 metara je bilo između mene i njega. Headshot.
Fino.
Sigurno, minimum 100 metara je bilo, sigurno. Znaš odakle sam ga pucao? Pustio sam ga od Hemlocka, on je bio na Lamberu.
To je solidno daleko.
Nema mitke da ovdje nego bi armored. Ček.
Skenjao sam ga, brate, u živote. Kako si napravio? Čisto je ovdje.
Ajmo naprijed.
Da. A šta ti nisi ni u jednom trenutku dosad bo sva tri, jel? Da.
Ja.
Zamisliš, pa da. Pa sad radi dobro, jel? Da najsko obavezno prvo. A mi već na poj izlaza, ti kažeš sad.
Koji perk ima?
Stvarno je bio epic game, što bi se reklo, ja.
Za tebi uvek bit ću tu i tebi uvek daću
Nema
sve.
ništa. Kako me skino, brate, ko gohluba.
A ja znam
Gotovo,
da
jel?
se tamo znaju spavnovat. Ne znam jesmo li digli smo kavez, zato su te čekali. Digli smo tamo kavez bili.
A ja sam čuo tog desno, ali kasno je bilo. Kao da sam čuo korake, još malo se i pričalo u kanalu, rekao jes, nije. U stvari levo tamo, da.
Da. Ali to, pazi, oni sad plaču zbog toga, pravili su sačekušu, znaš, bili su sigurni da nas dobijaju.
Da, jedan mrtav, long ammo, nema šanse, to se prođe, da.
Stilu, da oni tako isfailaju da je to nemoguća misija.
Idem da ručam, ljudi. Ručak mi na stolu.
Prijatno, Makić.
Hvala, vi izvolite. Ovdje, koliko ima. Skinut ću slušalice, naravno.
Dva.
E? Pa da. Pa da. Gdje Makić otišao?
Da jede nešto.
Aha. A jednog si ti ubio, jel be? A? Jednog si ubio iz ovog tima, ti. I nisu ga digli, viš?
Hoćemo li Dark Tide peć?
Hoćemo li?
Dark Tide ili šta hoćeš? Hoćeš Remnant, Dark Tide?
Ajmo Dark Tide malo da igramo waveove one, a? Ili Havok. Hoćemo Havok jedan da...
Ajde, Havok. Neće ti, slušaj me sad. To ono što sam i kario Slav. Ako ti niko ne uđe dok meč mekuješ, niko ti ne uđe dok rameč. Jesi me začuo?
Nema veze, pa...
Dobro, ajde, dobro. Rekao sam ti. Bilo je... Znači, ušlajfali smo u mjesto. Do zadnje checkpoint.
Ljubita, kafica, blokadica,
da.
MVX6.
Sve je to dobro.
Dobit ćemo bre, ako si igraš sada...
45 minuta sam s Slavkom igrao, znači 20 minuta smo stali tamo kod onoga korena. Nismo mogli da pušamo, znači što botovi su beskorisni.
Jesu beskorisni. Trajlalela, uđi! Trajlala. Hvala, majko. Može sok, Coca-Cola!
Što je bilo, majko, što je bilo, sine?
Majko. Imam tortu Snickers.
Znaš koja voda bleh ovamo u rov? Znači voda kao da si na jezero krenuo kopa, znaš?
Gdje bre?
Ovamo.
Gdje je ispred tvoje kuće, šta?
Parararam, pam pam pam, pam pam pam, pam pam pam, pararara. O majko.
Mislim da sad gdje je Double G Snoop Dogg. Pa dupli gospodin kao, dupli G, legenda.
Kao GG.
A G kao, G.
Kao OG. Original. Original dog.
Ipak je Snoop Dogg. Doktor.
Jes, ko još može od repera da ima svoju privatnu porno kuću.
Bukvalno ono. Ovo je državni neki. Uvijek. Nije samo reper, već. Gdje je ta glava? Nema ga jebati.
A spava taj noć u igru.
Ja sam sinoć otišao peđu u 12:30, on je još bio tu. Ubacio si bio u 12:30. U 12:30 se aktivirao na Discord, znaš?
Ja.
Sad ti zamisli kad je otišao u krevet. Kad smo se mi ustali.
5-6 ljudi. U kurac.
U korac!
Znate, ta lik me je blokirao na sve strane. A ja mu ništa nisam, jedino što ga ovako prozivam. Šta jebati? Hoću da mu čujem glas. Duvaj ga, Peđa, Beograđaninu, narkomančino jedna.
Jest.
Kao mrzi Beograđane, a čemu mržnja Beograđana, ne razumijem.
Viže lud. Ne znam čemu to.
Globalizuje stvari čovjek, znaš ono.
Ja, maksimalno. Da pipreš ovdje Hawk Snake.
Ja, svojim karakterom. Sigurno.
La 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 la.
The Emperor.
I made certain
Oh, yeah.
to relay that also.
What is it?
Lea, classic story. Ne, sad može. Ej, spreman se.
Tek
Mogu
sekund.
play.
Stani. Imaš tamo
Ok,
Party
sam-
Finder, jesi vidio?
Taman da sipam.
Si vidio Party Finder?
Vidim. Ok, šta je s njim?
Pa piši tamo leveli.
A, da nađem dvoje. Ja,
Pa evo, pitao sam da se pridružim.
request to join.
A, to ješ.
Evo ga. Jel si ti to dobio isto?
Piše rank 4, vjerojatno se joinujem.
Da, evo ga.
Kako je ubagovan ovaj Team Details u Huntu, brate mili.
Očajan,
Vamo-
meni! Očajan!
Vamo piše Your
Očajan!
Kills 3,
You,
kad
I,
odem na Team Details piše da sam dvojicu ubio, zamisli.
you, I uništili u Huntu, maksimum. Kurcu ne valja. Onaj stariji je bio klasika, znači.
E. Momo Stojanović, čekaj.
Lako s njim.
A ovaj Šektić. A gdje on? On je u Fektiću, jel? Ja kakav on lik ovako? Koliko ga dugo poznaješ? Ovako, mislim
Let's
da...
stop the Torrance cogitator array. We're giving the heretics some crooked intel to get in chasing
On ti je dao
shadows.
bio kao da probaš.
Security's tight, but not too tight. Use your servo skull to sniff out today's cipher idents. The rest of it's pretty simple. Get in, upload the data, get out, get drunk.
Jel rekao get out, get drunk?
Da. Pa da. Jel ima i dalje motor, ne? Za njega Bobaš rekao da se sav ispovraća bio.
This squalor is not of my beloved's doing. It springs from the corruption of lesser men.
I magla.
Da, i snajperi. Nisi pročitao. Pritisni tab da vidiš modifier.
No much of a leave it easy.
Ruke u lakat.
Snajperi jebak.
What you have is none of them. Go check out the bazaar.
Jebem li ga, ne znam da li bi me na motoru otila mašina. Nikad ne reci nikad.
Shield us, beloved! We killed the Ranger!
Možda bi me više mučenjaka uvatilo od temperature napolju, što ne može vazduh da su uvatili nego što od same vožnje.
Brain kill! Russia!
La.
Death is coming for you.
Doj.
Možem se.
Realno.
My dream, my rules, my shield.
Yo, great shot on it!
Get away from that barrel!
Up, Mama! You can't hide from me. Beauty! So it can die!
Ovo je ubio bosta.
Don't worry, it's dead!
We got the big beauty!
Ko baca kiselinu. Ja bacu, ne baca.
Ammo crate! It's exploded!
We got to admire the ingenuity of folk who'll make a home anywhere. Rather them than me.
Tamo puše gore.
I know! A shield! Red gunner!
Barijera, stop barijera, stop barijera.
Pali.
dead.
Snajperi su mrtvi.
Vamo, pes.
Oh, a healer
Da
station.
gore. La policija.
Koliko snajpera imaš? Imaš desno, pes.
I'll protect you.
Alo, matori. Jedi govno.
Da jede čovjek.
Gastaj govno. Alo, matori, gastaj govno. On svetu. Da, sad ti ja samo ovdje u brate BG-u jedan ubije ovog, ovaj ubije ovog savrate, ovog parkinga, ovaj ne znam. A?
Can't hide. You can't.
This is our path. And here you are.
Sada moj dešava se prihvatiš tako, ja sam tako prihvatio, ja sam prilično emotivan se, ne dosta bio. Prihvatim neke stvari da se dešavaju svaki dan govna, da se dešavaju svakakve tranja i to je to, živiš s tim. Vidiš da su ljudi prsli, da su nenormalni, da je sve nenormalno, tako da živiš. Jebeš majku, naravno svima i...
Ostavi samo to.
Samo što više lažeš i što više na fore, to će bolje. Ja tako gledam.
Mislim...
Tvoj snajper iza leđa što me roknuo!
Tek si se nakilo, o?
Da. Roknuo.
Sigma something's dead. The quest is this way.
Na heal se. Veretar dolazi sleze.
I always win hide and seek.
La polizia, no!
I can see you.
Da ima neki još.
Oh no, la policija.
Samo što nešto realizuje.
Decay's got deep into this house. Sniper, I think it's dead.
Dobro nama ovo ide. Jebe mi ti majku.
Dođu.
Da. Nisam ga vidio.
Pa šta ti misliš da oni to rade? Da njemu čine ili radi svoje korice?
Dođu napred heal. Pravo pa desno.
La polizia.
Beloved, shield us! Just break them out!
This is our part.
Mislim da sniper opet dolazi, čuje.
Forda, sve.
Kad se čuje pucketanje, cvrčanje, kao radio stanica nekada, znaš. Tačno čuješ da se sklonuje.
Beloved, reveal them to me. Well, I didn't think much of that sniper. No death in my dream. Sniper isn't here anymore. Not so angry now.
Nazad.
Great shot, Connor.
Bukvalno ste čekali da ideš. Leđa, kad ja.
Znaš da Milan tako i mi prijavljeni na danas, ali dobijemo
To je svuda, to redko ćeš. Redko koju firmu ćeš ti na cijelu cifru.
Bati su beskorisni. Ovi su nas skočili na glavu, znaš. Peđa, nećemo da igramo dvoje. Ovi su nas skočili od ozgo, znaš. Od ozgo.
A glupo je jebate, nema ovih karta.
Beloved, guide my... Look out, sniper!
La polizia.
Gunner! Yes, beloved, a shield is a good idea! Sniper! It's dead, I think.
Ej, čisto poređeni, jedno poređeni.
Ne znam koliko ste daleko.
Rešaš neki.
It's gone very still.
Ovaj omladić, on se nije ni koristio.
Found you. Ammo.
Yes.
Red gunner. A healer station. How's it?
Znam da je nešto imao, ali sam da je tako.
Ne možemo. Mnogo ih dolazi, kad si sam, najviše se njih spomne, znaš. Ne mogu ja da istrčim toliko, imaš previše ganera. Ganere ti skidaju sav armor. I jedino ako si onaj zilot ima da ne može ništa da ga... Neće da igram kao god. Neće ni kući. S botovima ovo je... Traje kart. Traje kart.
Pa to mislim da, za vreme njegov šuta.
Nema poente.
Kakva glupost, brat.
Nije glupost, nego ne, ako nemaš tim da startaš odmah Havok, ne možeš...
Ajmo mi one wave-ove za...
Šta god hoćeš startaj, ali nema... Čak i troje igrača je pitanje, znaš, ali... Dvoje. Evo šta da botuje, ništa.
Sport Trails, a? Čemo to?
Da.
A koji? Hoćeš dvojku, trojku,
Šta god hoćeš, ne, pa... To sam
Ćemo
rekao,
peticu.
šta god hoćeš.
Peticu, ajde. Na gas. Ili četvorku.
Peđa, ne interesuje.
Zašto? Ovaj Havok je glupost, brate, da nam nađe dva neka igrača normalna pa da igramo s njima, prešli bi. Gle, botovi ne mogu da nas dignu pola.
Imaš 25 levela, ja mislim, toga Havoka. Pole što ima previše tajera, razumeš? Ne može matchmaking da nađe igrača. Razumeš?
Zato što nema igrača dovoljno.
Ne, nego ti kad pređeš taj tajer 2, mi smo bili na tajeru 4. Kad pređeš tajer 2, da onda nema više igrača za tajer. Nemaš toliko veliku bazu igrača i matchmaking ti rasut na sve strane.
To je glupo.
Pa nije glupo. Da bi došlo do levela 25 ne smiješ nijednom da pogineš, da failaš. Ljudi koji su stigli od 25. levela nisu nijednom, znaš, failali.
Izgledalo.
Zamisli da njima matchmaker ljudi koji su novi. Uđu u meč i zasebnu stvar. Ima i ta stavka. Tu nema baš...
Gdje zbilja maki dosta...
Tu nema baš savršeno rješenje, razumiješ, za ta matchmaking. Sam mod kako je napravio problematičan. Ako failaš 3 put zaredom, onda ti dirankuje. Ili na nulu, ili jedan level manje. Zaboravim se.
You have chosen to take part in a mortis trial. Curious. Pain and hardship await you. But Stephanie cannot say what form they will take. My master is curious about you. Most people find his curiosity painful.
Da znaju da se ljudi ubaci, recimo starter sa 2 bota i malo igraš i uđi kod
You look like you need some help. Allow Stephanie to provide. Choose a gift.
Možda sam da igram Psykera kao mele.
Stephanie would like to tell you that you cannot die in a mortis trial, but Stephanie is not sure. Where shall we start? So many options to choose
Pazi, Bora.
Jel bi 50
My dream, my rules, my shield.
Evo ti, jedan igrač ušao, gledaj.
I'm reloading!
Malo pre.
So many shards, multiple times. I've got a favorite view!
Video.
Coming closer!
Idemo još samo 10 vejmova.
Ti Jaffer koristiš mikrofon za slušalice ili?
Da. Što?
Skuplja zvuk sa slušalice.
Gara, watch it.
Watch it.
Voliš da si tako pojačan igre?
Pa zato što ovo uvijek ima soundtrack.
Shield us, beloved! Beloved, guide my way.
šta ti s onim slušalicama što si ti rekao?
Don't think I'm impressed.
Crkva leva. Leva slušalica.
Crkva i beke neki neće priznati.
A ove sam kupio kod Kineza sami iz duže vagone.
Why are you running?
Racketeering, smuggling, suborning impulses. It won't take much to get the arbitrators interested. No, he broke your fucking arm. Isn't that right, Brunt? To break something else, you'll listen.
Whatever you thought you heard, you did not. Deploy yourself.
Znam, ona što ide gore dole peče.
The servo skull is moving.
Nema da bi to stricu mogu bre da dam da vidim. Da se on bavi s tim.
Stand it! Did I do that right?
Ali veruj mi, nije mi šta nešto kao da moram da kupim. Ove kilove mi rade posao. Gdje nam je municija?
Koja municija?
Ivam se. Dođe mi bomber.
Pojenta ne kilaš se. Nekad ti je bolje poginuti nego da se kilaš. Ako odeš na onaj mašinu i na kilaš se, vratiš full.
Death is coming for you.
Ja sam se nagrzio s patranom. Katastrofa, vrati. Zato ja ne volim pragovi. Jedan kao svinja.
I think you owe
Kako je jedan dečko, brate. Brate, onaj autofagija. Ubio jedno 30. Ja.
Upstairs.
Šokovi, a?
Samo na kao, kako ide to, jedan dan jedeš, dva dan ne jedeš.
There's something very satisfying. Cockburster!
Šta je puklo? What exploded?
Can't keep you down, can they, soldier? Soldier's close!
Exploded!
I'm still dead! There is only one! The Gamma 315 is slime!
You can't hide from me.
Bukvalno se stanji taj pod brata. Se lik faca.
Djeca je što gađu sa Bogom.
Ammunition is here. Worship, she even delivered it.
It says kill.
You ever talk about anything else? Got any hobbies?
Roka. Možda i ona nije ovdje, znaš.
Isto treba da bacate ovdje, koga da baci.
Choose a minority value.
Mi stramo tu.
Stephanie thinks you have earned
U
it.
pičku materinu. No, dobro.
A vidiš, recimo ja praktikujem tako da ne jedem od 5 do 9 ujutru sigurno.
Stephanie has granted you the tools for victory.
A sigurno, ja ti kažem, nikad ne jedem poslije 5. Kad jedem.
Shield us!
Reloading! Cover me! Keep killing witch!
Misliš još veća
Pričate vi o ishrani, a ja Coca-Colu cepam među 10. Još jedan boss.
Dracula mitraljez nas razbi.
A znaš šta je tu fazon? Trebao bi bukvalno...
Dude, turn around.
Nokali nas,
turn around!
Uz taj režim, brate, treba bi izbaciš Coca-Colu, sokove, šećer...
Jebote, digo sam lika, znači, kad je to da vidim.
Ne cepamo, eto, na posad cepamo sok. Cepamo ono slatko, cepaš ovo, cepaš stalno nešto.
Mora čovjek malo bre da jede, ljudi, ne možete samo healthy life. Mora malo šećera, nezdravo.
Thanks.
A možda ima i manje.
Vidi šta je Chargera, majku ti jebe!
Ovo ti je runda samo snima, znaš.
A shield!
Victory dead!
That's a risk Brunt's prepared to take.
Aye.
Stephanie has a servo skull for you. That was a hint. A very subtle one. Stephanie likes this place. Defend it, or else.
I'll save you. I'm good like that. Boogie straight.
Malo ti slik. Malo ti slik. A joj, punaj. Ti su pametan, jebate napad doći, ja.
Došao je korak, neko majke. Došao je.
Vidite da si kao.
Why does a tree hurt?
Meni zabila strana.
Gdje je ona da ne preskače?
Ne, špika je bila u policu.
This man in a shield is a good idea!
Sredimo za rukom, pričamo. Malo ja imam praktično kad je ručan, tako kad smo svi zajedno i to, da se malo popriča ako neko nešto ima da kaže, da pita, da mu fali, da li ima probleme i tako.
Dalje prednjem vesu sad.
Tako svega.
Dalje prednjem vesu sad. Ubiše me Snake!
Tako vam, upusti se. Upusti se. Pogledaj, meni nemaš da dođeš.
Ovdje su ti vrane kad budeš se vraćao, pazi.
Mitrezan ga bio slađe, gledaj. Tako su i mene bili. Dobro, dosta. Dobro, ma neću, neko ne komunicira ovdje.
No communication.
Ma nema komunikacije.
Ovo je na prestano i ovo je
Dosta. Mislio sam da je zebana runda kad dolaze oni traperi, ali zeba sam se.
Ja morao bordu uzeti
Kasnije, hoćeš Peđer.
Može, igramo bre, Remnon.
Ja se.
Kasnije.
Welcome to my channel.
Trenutno ništa. Znači, stikao sam sad 2 put zaredom. Jednom havu kad sam igrao, drugi put